Okay, looks like we are now live. Hello, everybody out there. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Jeremy, and I'm going to be running a game tonight. It's called Oath of the Frozen King. This is a playtest for an adventure kit designed and put out by Absolute Tabletop. And being part of the Absolute Tabletop official group, we were able to be a part of the playtest to see if we can't make any good recommendations and just show them kind of how it runs. So this will be a new thing for me tonight. Usually I write my own stuff, so using somebody else's prompts is a little unusual for me, so hopefully it goes well. As well as the 5 people who are joining me this evening are all people that I have never run games for. I have played with a couple of them. I've played under Jake several times. And we've got a couple of new people as well that I've never played with or run a game for either. So I'm really excited. This is going to take place in a world that I homebrewed several years ago. And hopefully I'm able to do it justice. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and start with introductions. Dave, if you would lead us off, please.
Hey folks, my name is Dave, and tonight I'll be playing Valawolf Gunnarsson. Had a blackout moment of his last name there for a moment. He's a fighter battle master, and you know, those in the real world might recognize him as a Viking-esque warrior. He's what you might expect. He's blonde hair, gray eyes. He's tall and wears chainmail, Yeti cloak. He fights with a nice dread steel spear, and that's I think that's going to be fun to play out, because in order to make dread steel, you have to have a once living being, at least a humanoid, to complete the process. So yeah, it's going to be fun to play. Looking forward to playing with all these guys tonight. I've played with Jake and Jeremy before, and Matthew, and looking forward to playing with Lise and Thomas tonight.
Well, it looks like Jeremy has had his computer lock up or something lock up, so he couldn't unmute. So I will go ahead and introduce myself.
Yeah, sorry. It was my mouse for some reason just quit working. Go ahead, Jake. Absolutely.
Hey, Internets, it's Jake, and I'm also known as Mini Terrain Domain. I run a crafting channel for cheap and do-it-yourself crafts. I also, run many games on my channel. And I'm one half of the RPG podcast, Something RPG-ish, with Drake, the RPG construct Warren. And I will be playing Ferengil Dotan, a dwarf monk.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And Lisa.
Hello, everyone. Yes, my name is Lisa. This is one of my very first time, I think my second time playing with anyone from the AppTap community. So I've been looking very much forward to this. It's always difficult with time zones and such. I don't have any channels, but I follow all the AppTap guys and Jake from Mini Terrain Domain, who I have been stalking for quite a while. Always fun, always entirely the wrong time of day for me. I will be playing Non the Pale, who is a Drinak, which is a kind of minotaur, a yak folk from Jeremy's setting, which I found really interesting. So I'm going to take one of those on. She is a wild sorcerer. and she is the color of full fat cream and has like a blue eye, and her legs are a little bit crooked, and her horns are a little bit too small and also crooked, and they are entwined in colored yarns, which looks really weird for some, but which is normal for her tribe. And the yarns and tassels and little stones that are pulled into this this whole thing is very meaningful to her. She's scared to be here, but also proud. Thank you.
Perfect. You knocked that out of the park. Way to go. And I like the way you said Dreenack. That's much better because I've been saying it Drynack, and your way sounds much, much cooler. So, yeah, let's move right on to Matthew.
I am Matthew. I have only one channel on one video on my channel, that's March Escort, but I have one. I'm playing tonight Phylar Aren, an elf from the frozen world of Jeremy, and he's a ranger and he follows a totem from his tribe, a Kohai in Elven. It's the snow howl totem, and he's a guide. He has a blue ice bow, and he can be the eyes and the ears of his friend on the road. That's pretty much it.
Perfect. Excellent. And then last but certainly not least, we have Thomas.
Hello, everybody. Thomas, Tom, call me Tom. Don't care either way. I have the Fry Guy channel on YouTube. Just a couple videos, kind of new, but go check me out. I will be playing Endre Glamson, the over-the-hill, crotchety, mannerless Norse. He's a human Eldritch Knight, and yeah, looking forward to playing with all you guys. I'm the new guy, I guess you could say.
Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. And if you need if you guys end up needing any kind of questions during the time that we're playing, don't hesitate to shoot a message in the chat or just ask. I don't have a problem stopping for that kind of stuff at all. Okay, so one or two last bits of business. First up, language. Yes, and content. Yeah, if bad language and mature content bothers you, this is your chance. Goodbye. Leave. I'm telling you. I'm warning you. For real. We're adults. We're playing an adult game, and it's bound to get messy. So, the only other thing I can think of is go check out the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group. The official group, I think is what it's called. And there's a lot of fantastic games that are run from that place. And they're all just a very good group of people, very creative, very imaginative, and supportive. That's where all of these fine people came from. That's where this game was kind of put together. So, yeah, check them out. And without further ado, we'll launch into this. The image of a planet divided looms before us, dominating the blackness of space. This is Arath. One side perpetually faces the three suns, scorched into a desolate sandscape forever without a night. The world's other half, eternally forsaken by the suns, is a bleak wasteland of ice and snow. This great white place is known as Hatust, and that is where we will set our tale. Long ago, a ferocious leader named Kalinsvel rose to power amongst the giants. Soon, he marched his army of his kin across the lands of Hatust and laid waste to what little other races had managed to carve out for themselves here. The other races, united in their cause, defeated Kalinsvel at the Battle of Valheim. As it was said that he could not be killed, it was decided that he must instead be trapped for all time. A small group of heroes volunteered to sacrifice themselves, in order to accomplish this task, the first oath sworn. Before he was fully imprisoned in the place now known as the Black Maw, before he was known simply as the Frozen King, Calinsville uttered an oath most foul. What is mine in life shall remain mine in death. I shall return when your children's children have forgotten my name, and carve my glory anew from their bones. Then they will know the coldest winter. Then they will suffer the surest death. Now the annual March of the Oathsworn is about to get underway once more. When the two giants came to your group, seeking you out, you had no idea how these events might be connected to you, what mantle you would be taking on. The giants are not allowed to become Oathsworn, seeing as it was they who followed the Frozen King before. Apparently, the giant's princess, Mary Orvie, has mentioned a desire to free the Frozen King, an ideal that everyone dismissed as her simply being antagonistic. But now they have reason to believe that she may have gone to do this very thing, and they have asked that you bring her back. So, the stage has been set. You have set out from the dwarven city of Roanoke. It's kind of a port town. A lot of things kind of come and go from here. But beyond the port town, there isn't much between it and the Spire of Vargenor, where you now are headed. You are a part of the March Escort, and you are accompanying on this march a collective known as the Oathsworn, or at least the hopefuls to become Oathsworn. You see, because the people here in Hetust take the oath of the Frozen King very literally. And when he spoke of their children's children forgetting his name, in order to prevent that, the eldest grandson of each generation of family becomes an Oathsworn, and they serve for life. So you are accompanying this collection of young men, probably 12, 13, and the voyage across the Narrows, which is a aptly named narrow kind of passage in the sea, has been dangerous so far. 9 people in total have died on this voyage already. 5 of them while you were sailing through the Narrows, when you were fighting a creature called a Bjold, which is kind of a walrus type creature. I will get a picture momentarily. Maybe. Never mind. I lied. Okay, no picture. No picture for you. Okay, so, but they're basically these kind of manatee type creatures that have incredibly long tusks on them, which is a huge source of ivory here. And your mood has been somewhat improved, even though you had lost 5 men already. Your mood was somewhat improved because now you were well fed, and you had a portion of ivory to claim as your own from having killed this bull. 4 more had died on the march towards the Spire of Vargenor already, in and of itself. Most of them having succumbed to Galdane's fever, just all of a sudden got sick and passed away. Also accompanying you on your journey, you have sleds full of bones. And these bones are all carved with the name of the Frozen King, Calinsville, all over them. Again, a literal translation from the oath to carve his glory anew from their bones. Well, if his name is carved all over the bones, he has no room to use them to carve his glory. So, let's see. Valawolf, what is it that you're up to currently on this journey?
Valawolf is walking at this point because we're making our way up the pass. And he's used to these types of trudges. They're sent out on marches and such. And he keeps thinking through his mind different things, trying to figure out the elf. Long enemies, the elves are. And he keeps giving him sidelong glances and wondering when the battle is going to take place. He's ready. He's holding his sacks, the handle of his sacks that's mounted to his belt, his blue ice sacks. He's trying to be nonchalant, but it's very obvious. You can't tell. You can always tell when a warrior is staring at his prey. Every so often, he walks up next to the dwarf. He feels kind of a kinship to that dwarf because, well, they're allies. He didn't know him personally, but he seems like a good sort, at least as dwarves go. They're all assholes. But whatever. It's still funny to fart next to him and walk away, which he does, and starts walking over to grab some snow and just kind of cups it and then wipes it on his face and looks back to see what's happening with the dwarf.
All right, let's lead right into Jake. What is, let me see, Ferengil?
Ferengil is just walking along as well, using his staff, which is also on one end, a deadly edged weapon, as to kind of aid him in his walking. He appears to be an older dwarf, and the most notable thing, two things that stand out about Ferengil are, one, he has a few scars on his face that have bits of precious metals that have been used as fashioned into sort of like permanent bandages. Little bit of just different types of, now in some cases, tarnished metal, if it's a less precious metal, but it's almost as if the significance of the wound determines how he bandages it with these metals. The other thing is that he has a fairly large black crow on his shoulder, and he has kept a bit of this creature's thick rubbery skin with a mix of some of the blubber and some of the meat, that he periodically is pulling little bits out and handing it to the crow. And he hands a piece up on his shoulder to the crow, and then he kind of wrinkles his nose. I'll tell you, Meow, if you don't quit farting like that, I'm not going to give you any more meat. Damn rancid for a bird. And the bird just gives a
Perfect. That's fantastic. Jake, you can take a point of inspiration. You as well, Dave. I stack inspiration up to 4. And you can use them for more than just advantage on a roll. If you're something's particularly awesome that you want to try to pull off, or think something you want in a situation where you might need a boost in the story, something extra that you can use as an RP tool, just ask, and I'll tell you if it's cool or not. But Lisa, what is Non up to?
Non is stumbling along through the snow. She's not an elegant creature. She is hardy, though. She helps carry the ivory that they got from the Bjolk, and she will help where she can, carrying the rest of what they're bringing with them. She will look around at these weird creatures that she's traveling with. Bald, that weird hairless, they're all basically the color of her udder, and with that weird one tit in the front. And it's taken her a little while to get used to traveling with these people. She has not been outside the Drina community. She's a young cow, and so at first she would have kept to herself, but she would have been looking around and very interested in the elf. She can see, well, at least he has the ears right. He looks like he could actually hear something going on. So that's good. She can work with this, and she so she's stumbling along, and every once in a while she'll drop her quarterstaff and just carry it up again, and somehow all through this, because she's just putting her brow down and working on it, so somehow she still has dignity, and most of the time she is quiet, but she will laugh at, well, she's not too sophisticated for fart humor. She is very much a fan of Gunnarsson's work.
Fantastic. You can also have a point of inspiration. And Matthew, you're next. What is Alar up to? Or Phalar up to, sorry.
Phalar is much aware that Wolf is trying to antagonize him, but he doesn't care. Phalar takes his time to help everyone in the group, taking care of them like they would be some cubs, little children that they need to be helped, trying to make sure that everyone is okay during the night, during the day, with the food. A lot of people died. He doesn't want any more deaths, unnecessary deaths. But when combat is needed, he's always ready. He's always taking care of his little totem around his neck, the snow owl totem, but making sure that no enemies are attacking us.
Perfect. And then Tom, what is Andre?
Yep, Andre.
Up to?
He's walking along. He's chewing on a piece of fat. It's dribbling down his beard. He doesn't make any attempt to wipe it away. Manners aren't his thing. He's just a slob. He's licking his fingers as he's walking. He might, the dwarf walks by him, he might, pat him on the shoulder and wipe his fingers, on the back of the dwarf. he's basically judging his companions by which weapon they're carrying. He's most akin to Gunnarsson because, you know, they're both from the clans, even though not the same clan. He's not too keen on his pole weapon, the same with the dwarf there. He especially is not too keen on the elf with his bow. And the Drinnock, he doesn't see a weapon at all, so he doesn't know, he's not too sure about her, but, you know, it's basically how he judges people, what kind of weapons you're going to use, what you're going to do in a fight. The closer you are to your enemy, the more he respects you.
Perfect. Yes, you can have a point of inspiration as well. And Matthew, if I did not say that you should take one, then you should.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Yeah, everybody should end up with one. Thank you guys very much. That was a great insight into your characters. So I found the Build picture. Everybody can be excited. I'm going to screen share that as long as Hangouts behaves. I use a lot of pictures in my games, so that is fair warning. Which you would think would make me good at doing this, but it really hasn't. Especially because computers are stupid. Okay, so while I work on that, you guys are kind of on this snowy slope that has been leading up towards the Spire of Vargenor, which maybe it will let me screen share this. There we go. Okay. It's kind of a shattered mountain peak. It looks like it was more whole at one point, and then almost as if a cleave had been taken from it. And you are headed here because you know that this is the place where the Black Maw exists, the tomb of the Frozen King. And it just so happens that because the Oathsworn are bound for this place as well, that it kind of lies along the same path as yours. So you continue towards the Spire of Vargenor as, you know, some of the days go by. And even though it's always night here on Hetust, and only the light of Wathuk, the watchman, to keep you company, you still mark the days and nights. You know, you don't know any better. You don't know any different. It's always been this way your entire life. So several days or so, you've made your line straight for that mountain peak. And the going is slow, especially pulling the sleds. You kind of whipping the beasts of burden, and they're somewhat like large cows, large buffalo, but with long white fur. You've been pushing them onward to pull these sleds of bones and doing your best to keep warm yourself, but also to keep the Oathsworn protected. You know, you're not here as their bodyguards per se, but especially having been bribed onto this march. But you know, you might still feel an obligation nonetheless. And you continue onward, and eventually you come to a place that you were told about, called simply the Altar of Sorrow. The Altar of Sorrow is the destination for the bones that you have drug all this way. It's a simple slab of rough-hewn stone that dominates an alcove in this entrance chamber. And while the stairs lead deeper into the tomb itself, whispers from an unseen place haunt this location. And occasionally, you hear weeping and wailing from a distance. You know that the bones are supposed to be arranged here, and they have been this way for ever since the Frozen King was defeated. But you're kind of surprised because the bones that are already present are scattered all over the place, haphazardly. Some of them have been stepped on and shattered. Some of them have been pulled out of their alcoves in the walls. This place is a complete and total mess. And you see what you think is some speckles of fresh blood here and there. No bodies other than the bones that are scattered everywhere. But it definitely looks like there may have been trouble here. What would you guys like to do?
Valawolf takes a deep breath and looks up in the air and looks around, but as he's looking around, he's kind of looking at his companions as he kind of cups his ears to verify. And the screams are actually real this time. Galdane is not speaking or calling out to him. And he starts rushing forward to the closest bit of blood and kneels down and takes a bit into his fingers and tastes it.
Yeah, tasting it, it's cold. It hasn't been warm for some time yet, and it still has a little bit of tackiness to it. So it hasn't been that long.
Okay.
Your guess would probably be a matter of hours, maybe.
Okay. And at this point, I'd like to do a perception check and nod to the others that, like, sort of heft my spear out and just sort of spray it around like perimeter. We need to lock this place down. And then he realizes that he's not with the Ugar Krieg, his normal crew, and he says, "Elder, if you please," and he's speaking to Andre. "Perimeter check, please." And Nan and Fergal, see what you can find.
Do I look like a soldier? You form your perimeter. I will take a look here. And I'm going to go over to where the actual altar is and where the bones have been scattered around. And I want to just investigate that, see if I can make any sense of the scene.
None will at I'm just gonna at the Valawolf's request, but she's kind of taken aback. But as soon as he defers to his elder, she falls in line. But as she knows, she does not know. She's no hunter herself. It's outside her area of expertise. So she will look at Phylar and say, Phylar, elf, I think maybe this is where you are my better. I will keep watch while you look at the ground, if that is okay with you.
Phylar will answer and say, "Yeah, thanks, Nan. I understand that we need to work in team, like a pack of wolves." And Phylar will try to maybe see and track the bits of blood, if he can maybe try to find any steps or a path leading. I can try to do some survival check or perception. I'm just asking what skill do you think I need?
Yeah, you
Sure.
can absolutely. You can attempt either one of them if you'd like.
I'll
Just let me know
do,
which one you're using.
I will do survival +6. Okay, 24. So with
Fantastic.
the eye of a bird, I think he will follow everything in his path.
Okay, so yeah, so we've got Valawolf with a 17 on his perception. He's making a sweep of the perimeter, as you will, and you're kind of carefully stepping through these bones, trying to be as respectful as you can. I maybe not, and it's still impossible to avoid crunching some of them underfoot, and you're kind of checking these alcoves where these things have been stored for generations now, and now that the bones have kind of been emptied out of them, they would make pretty decent hiding places. So you're kind of making your way around the edge of the room, looking in these little alcoves, but luckily, all you see are bones carved with this name, Callinsville, repeatedly everywhere. You see no other sign of anything that you would call hostile. And Farrago, you, with your 17 investigation, inspecting the altar itself, you said? Okay. You go over to the altar itself, and this is very much kind of a place where the bones that are being brought should be arranged. And then the Oathsworn themselves, that is part of their duties here, they would place them around the room here that contains this altar. So the altar's, it's pretty much made out of stone and ice and little else. It's very plain, and is very large. It runs pretty much the entire length of the room, which is about probably 40 feet or so, but is only about 4 or 5 feet wide. To you, it's probably about chin height, maybe. And as of right now, it's empty, except for a few flecks of blood here and there. And Filar, with your 24 on your survival, you are able to tell that this blood was arterial. It was a serious wound, and whoever was nicked this way, you can see by looking down the steps that lead away from here, and what you're told is further deeper into the tomb, that whoever ran from this place started bleeding out very quickly, and as just beyond the doorway into this stairwell, the amount of blood increases. But you do not see a body. So, having learned most of what you seem to be able to from just this room, is there anything else that you guys would like to do?
Phyla will go back and taking care of not crushing any bones, and it would be a dishonor to do that, and he doesn't want to do that, and to dishonor his clan. And coming back, seeing his allies say that the thing that bled like this should be dead. It bled like an animal hurt by a fatal wound. We should find a body.
Andre will say, well, if there's blood, there should be a trail. Can you track that trail, elf?
Yes, down the steps. Should be that way.
And
should we go is the question.
without even waiting, Andre will go down the steps.
None on the way will kind of look at the different little holes and the slab, and just have a look and see if there are any arcane markings. And does she know if there would be a specific like unfortunate effect of these bones being scattered in themselves. Are they ruining some kind of ritual magic?
Glancing around, you do see some markings, arcane glyphs kind of carved into the rock or the ice here and there, but they're old, very, very old. Like they've lost their power, and for the most part have become, somewhat smoothed over on the surface. And every place where you have found them has been in conjunction with an alcove. So it looks like maybe there was, a ward that was placed on, one family's collection of ancestors or things like that. But for the most part, you don't find any active arcane sigils written anywhere. So although it's kind of bad karma, you think that it's probably harmless at this point.
Whoever is closest to Non, here she will she will actually choose to talk to Meow and say, so this is not as bad as it looks. And kind of smile at the dwarf, knowing she does know that it's just a raven, but she has her own little weird sense of humor.
Oh, that was awesome. Like I said, Jake, take another point of inspiration. I was completely caught off guard by that. For the first half a second, I was like, damn, Jake is killing that. Now I was like, oh, never mind. You're still killing it, just digitally. You're virtually killing it. Okay, so it sounded like Indre was headed downstairs. What are the rest of you guys doing?
I will go as well.
I will follow the elder.
Valawolf is actually, while he started stepping, kind of, tactically sort of checking his footsteps as he's going through the bones. He reaches up and clasps his symbol and of Hergonoth and touches it, and he says, "Volstana, protect us, because we worship all the gods, not just one." And it's at that moment, as he's gingerly walking through there, he starts hearing the whispers amongst the whales off in the distance. And now he knows that this shouldn't be happening. But he grits his teeth and says, "Just shut up." And he starts moving forward, realizing that those bones are not talking to him.
You feel
you
feel a tug at your elbow.
Okay, and Valawolf kind of whirls around and levels his spear as he realizes.
It doesn't even clang as Farringil deftly blocks with the haft of his halberd, protecting himself from your instinctual swing, and he just says, "You are a very large man, and you do not move so silently. Perhaps myself or the elf should take a quiet look ahead before we all head into the mouth of the cave."
It's at that point Valawolf kind of holds his left hand up, and you can see he's visibly almost slightly shaking, and he kind of gives you a half smile, and he says, yeah, that's a good idea. and he lowers his spear point and steps back from you and almost steps on a bone and just rearranges himself. And he kind of steps back and, tries to settle himself.
And just as you're doing so, Beowulf, at some point between the eerie feeling that you were getting from the bones, and when Ferengil called your attention, as you kind of spun with your spear around, for the briefest of moments, the air around you grew warm, and you saw a flash of light, almost firelight. You're fairly certain that it was firelight. But the land that you saw for a moment flash before your eyes looked like the snowfields that you're used to, but as if they were all on fire. Everywhere you looked, it was orange and yellow and was so bright that it hurt your eyes. This imagery is kind of pulled through the air in front of your face, almost like torn bits of fabric, and then they're gone. They disappear. So, with the discussion of a stealthy approach and the older and Indre already heading his way down the stairs, let's who's going to resolve that situation?
Phyla will go straight to his companion, the dwarf, and say, "I have a blessing for us. May the blessing for my tribe. I will take his totem and say, may the wind be may our approach be as gentle as the wind on a gentle day." And he will cast a pass without trace on all those that will do a stealth check, so giving us +10 on stealth checks and cannot be tracked unless by magical means. So that's pretty much it. So everyone that wants to do it, even the bulky ones, will have +10. So it's a good.
Beautiful, great choice. Okay, so as you cast this spell, what does it look like?
Like
how do you envision it?
Yeah, maybe a bits of wind goes, and there's the sound of wings, like from a lot of birds. And after a while, it goes eerie, like we don't make any sounds walking or even breathing. Even our breath is not coming from our mouths like it normally do, muting all that we do in this place.
Absolutely. So once Phalar casts this spell, you're kind of left with just the distant whispers of the weeping and wailing as you kind of leave this place behind you, those of you who are going down the stairs, that is. And other than those noises, those unsettling noises, the only other accompaniment is the beating of your own hearts, which may or may not be even, as several of you start down the staircase. These stairs have been walked for a long time. They're carved of stone, and they seem to attempt, at least, to keep them relatively free of ice. And since you're now in the rocks of the Spire of Vargenor, it's at least somewhat protected from the weather. And you continue downward the set of stairs, and you come across another place that you may have heard of at some point. This is called the Arch of the Weeping Mothers. There's kind of a winding canyon, if you will, that leads around and eventually dead ends in the Black Maw. But they have set up these archways that look like this, at least this one particular archway and these other columns. They're very, very tall. They're monumental in size. And somehow there's a continual melt that kind of occurs on these archways. And the dripping water refreezes into these icicles. And this is part of the reason why these are called the archways of the weeping mothers, because these look like tears that are frozen. But the other reason is because this is the place where the Oathsworn are turned over. They're no longer a part of their family. Once they pass through this archway, they become Oathsworn for life, a part of this organization, this place, for as long as they may live. What has happened with the Oathsworn at this point?
I would imagine that the Oathsworn were probably still near the sled, near the entrance by the slab, and they're probably still with me as I'm trying to settle myself in what's going on.
Excellent. Yes. So you stayed behind, Valawolf, and you're kind of somewhat keeping an eye on them.
Yeah, and at this point, I unsling my shield and grip the center by the shield boss, and just kind of at the ready in case. Question for you though, as far as the bones and being arranged on the slab, who was supposed to accommodate that?
Members of the March, members of the Escort of the March, as well as the Oathsworn who were initiates. The ones.
Okay. So myself and the others.
Mm-hmm. It's probably mainly an Oathsworn duty, so I would say it's probably the initiates mainly that would handle it.
Okay. So I look to them at this point, and to help get our minds off of it, I look to one of the humans and I say, would it be possible to start setting up the bones?
This boy, you probably have singled him out because although the rest of them look pretty frightened and have been so for most of the journey, this boy has shown an uncanny amount of tenacity. It doesn't seem like much has really shaken him throughout this journey, and he hasn't really complained a whole lot. So when you single out one of them, he's kind of one of the first ones that pops into your head as, you know, being maybe a leadership qualities. And he happens to be, you know, near at hand whenever you begin looking for someone. So you call to him and you tell him that maybe they should set about this task. And he kind of stares at you for a moment. His eyes kind of working back and forth as he's studying your face. And then he just nods his head. And he turns to the others and he says, "Okay, you heard him. Let's go. Let's get these back on the altar. Come on."
That's a good lad, Newt. And I turn around and set to watching and trying to get the images of the fires out of my head. This isn't the first time that I've seen traces of images that don't apply to me. And I kind of say under my breath, I say, "Galdane be damned. You can take your visions. I'll have none of it," as I'm sort of walking the perimeter and keeping an eye out to what might be about, ready to provide cover if necessary, or protection for these Oathsworn.
All right. Sounds great. And Endre, kind of leading this pack that's heading down the stairs. You see this archway of the Weeping Mothers. and blood stains the snow ahead of you, as you may have expected. But you also see the bodies of 4 Oathsworn sprawled upon the snow beneath the arch, which you may not have expected. Just from where you stand, you can tell that the blood seems pretty fresh, though it does appear to be frozen, and footprints lead up the pass towards the Black Maw. The other 3 of you close in quickly behind Endre as he reaches the bottom of the staircase, and you all see this as well.
Endre, when he reaches bodies, he'll kneel down next to one of them and examine them, looking for wounds, which weapon caused this, if they're even still alive. He'll examine them and he'll turn around and he'll say, "Shield brother." And he'll turn around and he won't see Valawolf with the rest of the party there. And then he'll call over, he'll say, "Drenek, would you care to come here and examine these bodies? You being probably the most intelligent of the group."
And none will acquiesce. She will nod her head a little bit and come closer. Where I come from, I am not considered all that smart, but I will try. And she will have a look at these bodies, because the elder told her to. She will smell them a little bit, like with her. If they didn't have the pass without a trace, there would be steam from her nostrils, and she will have a look. Does this look like weapons or animals? What kind of wounds would these look like?
Roll me a medicine check, if you would, please.
That's a 15.
Fantastic. So, you've seen wounds like this before, and some of them do appear to be bite marks. But there are also weapon marks as well, mainly puncture wounds. But the bite marks are really curious to you, because you're fairly certain that they're humanoid. Some of them are large, but they're definitely humanoid.
Elder Endre, look at these bite marks. I am confused. I think these are bite marks, yes? They have canines. They're frightful bites, but is it me, or do they look almost human or like human?
I have seen them too. I just needed your second opinion.
Do you know what these are?
Nothing I've seen before. I don't know if they're human or animal. My best guess is both. It's best to be on guard from here on out.
She will snort like and nod. Stepping back and once again gesturing to the elf. Do you know what these are, Failar?
Failar could check on the bodies and maybe if it's some kind of natural beast or mix of a humanoid with the beast, could try to see if he heard about something like that. I Jeremy, I think you had a picture. No.
Picture of what? Sorry about.
I was seeing you fiddling with the picture.
Oh yeah, sorry.
In that
What
case,
were you?
maybe for the bodies, can any knowledge check could help me know what kind of creature that is?
You're again with kind of what's been shared and your own inspection, you're fairly certain that it is definitely human, maybe half giant. Again, some of the bite marks are rather large, but they're definitely arranged like humanoid teeth, not really bestial at all. But you've heard of, again, Hatus is a pretty harsh environment, so cannibalism is not unheard of. It's pretty taboo amongst your own kind. So if these are indeed human, bite marks on these human corpses, that's incredibly troubling, but not unheard of.
It could be all giants. It's human-like teeth. I hope it's not cannibalism. I don't like that, and I don't like things with giant's blood either. I think we need Wolf now, even though he hates me.
I agree. I am no longer comfortable with him not here. Meow, fetch the gruff-looking one. And Ferengil just gives a flick, and Meow flies off. And I imagine Ferengil would just go back to where Gunnarsson was and just kind of fly into that area and just kind of land for a second and kind of look up at him and do that bird thing where it's just kind of cocking its head and then fly in a circle and then fly back out.
Yeah, and Dave, with Valwolf, if you would like, you can roll either an insight or a handle animal, or animal handling, as it's called.
Keep your damn hands off my crow.
6. As I drop the dice off my tray here.
It happens.
But Fergal, what about the young ones?
So I got a 19.
That is up to Gunnarsson.
Well, and to clarify, you guys are not the only part of the escort that are left. There's probably still maybe 10 or so souls that are still alive, and while they're not nearly as capable as you all are, they're hardy folk. And they have weapons and armor.
So Valwolf got a 19 insight. I would gather that he probably recognizes what the indication is.
I would say you not only recognize that that it's kind of a call for you to come to the rest of the group. You can tell that it's not like an urgent matter, that they want you, but it doesn't seem to be an emergency yet.
Okay. And I look over at the process of the bone array, and is that near completion?
It's not near completion. They just kind of started, but Newt seems to be having the others that are on the march helping out now, and he's kind of giving some of the adults assignments to work on, as well as the rest of the children. He seems to have it in hand.
Okay. Well, I move closer and I say, we need to make swift work. It's not urgent, but we must move, and soon. The Corvus has spoken.
So the intention is to take them downstairs with you then?
Unless I'm misunderstanding, I thought they were to stay with us.
Well, you were not exactly expecting things to kind of be in this state when you arrived.
Right. And it looks like the blood spray moved inward, right?
It did. Down the
Okay.
staircase.
Okay. Then I move over to the what would pass as the Carl, the head Carl of the group, the leader, if you will, of the accompanying group, and say, "You're in charge of security. I will not come back to death, blood on your hands."
He nods, a little intimidated. He says, "Aye, sir. Understood."
And I kind of tap my eye and look at him, like, give him a half smile with my chipped tooth that shows,
Perfect.
and start walking away, trudging into there with a determined pace. And I say, "Meow, let's move."
Excellent. So yeah, while the rest of you kind of poke around a little more, Volawolf and Meow start making their way back towards you. In the interim, as you guys are looking around at these bodies, kind of examining them, I don't know if you would necessarily rifle their pockets. It's entirely up to you. But one of them takes a breath suddenly. Who's there?
None would be very close. Probably peeing herself a little bit. But would lock eyes with this apparently living thing, living body. Surprised that she did not see that they were not all dead yet, and say, "Friends, if you want us." And she will call for whoever she thinks could have some better understanding of medicine than she has. So once again, looking at the elf.
Part of the reason why you may not have noticed that he was alive is because it looks as though he had actually pulled the body of one of the other Oathsworn over the top of him. Maybe for warmth, maybe for hiding, maybe a little bit of both. He kind of eyes you suspiciously for a moment. And he says, friends would be good, yes. I'm confused. Why? Why have you come here?
Well, we were here with the offerings for the
Oathsworn.
yes,
That's today?
Yes, the offerings and the Oathsworn are today.
No. They can't come today. That's ill tidings.
I am sorry, new friend. They are already here. What happened to you?
And Andre will butt in and he'll say, more importantly, why are you still alive and your friends are all dead?
He looks as if he was preparing to speak, still lying underneath this body, in response to Non. But Indre's chastisement puts him into a shameful silence. I have no excuse. They came so fast. They were crazy, mad. They were biting and screaming at the top of their lungs, and many of them were half giants. I had ice growing all over their bodies. I didn't know what to do. I panicked. And I was wounded. He kind of arranges himself a little bit, and you can see there's a pretty deep gash in his bone-plated armor. And it goes down into his chest, and your guess is that his clavicle's probably broken.
Farengil will begin, while he's talking, will actually wordlessly just begin examining his wound and seeing what he can do.
Okay. Yeah, he could definitely use a bit of a healer's touch. He's
Non will move back to give room, but will also be looking curiously at this this person. Also a little bit at the elder, but she has learned to understand that these warriors are have a culture quite different from her own tribal background. And she will look around with an eerie feeling, like ice running down her spine, these bite marks, and say to this human they found, "So, were you bitten at all?"
kind of stammers for a second, eyeing Andre. Again, kind of shamefully. When Non asks this new question of him, he just shakes his head slowly. He says, No, at least I don't think so. Could I get some help in standing up?
And Andre will pick him up kind of by like the scruff of the collar, with like out even worrying about any pain he's going to come into, and just, pick him up and stand him up all the time, giving him like the stink eye, like he doesn't even want to be around him.
So you kind of pick him up, and he definitely winces a bit, just as Thuringel was kind of finishing up applying this poultice that he had made to the wound. And your guess is, Thuringel, that he's probably going to be okay. Once you got in there and started messing around, you realized that the wound, though it was a decent cut, was not as bad as it first looked. Your guess is, with the check that you made, that some of this blood that's on his wound was not his own. And you notice that he has blood on one of his hands that's not near an injury, and it's caked on his fingers. So it looks as if he may have used his own hand to apply some of this blood to make the wound perhaps appear a little worse than it really was. So Andre has forced this man up to his feet rather handily, and though the man winces, he says nothing and still kind of avoids the older man's gaze. He says, he raises an arm around the bend under the arch. He says, "They went that way, towards the Black Maw. They were insane, I'm telling you. And they had a giant with them, a female. She didn't fight us. She just stood there while they tore us apart."
Having seen the state of his wound, is his sword in his sheath?
It is.
At his side?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Farengil is going to just reach out to his scabbard on his belt and just with his thumb flip up against the cross brace, just enough to pop the blade up an inch or two. And I'm looking specifically to see if there's any sign of him having used his sword. Blood or flesh or anything that would have either been on the blade or would have collected near the crossguard or on the scabbard as he resheathed it.
You don't see any sign of recent use. However, you can tell that this is an old blade and that it has been used in the past several times. There's the remnants of dings and the faintest little bit of corrosion in the places that would be hard to reach when you're polishing a blade. But the blade has been polished and sharpened over a long enough period of time that it's a noticeably smaller blade than it was probably originally forged as. But no, there is definitely not any recent sign of activity.
Put up a good fight, did you?
No, I told you they had a giant. They had half giants. They were eating people. What should I have done? How does somebody fight against that?
Andre will say, "You fight and you die, fool. You die for the people you protect. You die for your loved ones. You die for people. You don't cower under dead bodies of your brethren who gave their life in the same fight. Like, you are a coward. You need to leave now and hope that Arvrog, captain of the ship of cowards, does not come calling for you."
Fantastic, Thomas. Take a point of inspiration. He hangs his head low. He says, "Yes, sir." And the way he says, "Yes, sir," it sounds like he's addressing a family elder, a grandfather or a father. He definitely has the sound of a chastised child. He says, "Luck in battle." And he kind of turns and shuffles his way towards the staircase, passing Valawolf, as Valawolf mounts the bottom of the staircase with Meow in tow.
As I come walking down, I look to him and I say, "I didn't know we had a dandy in our midst."
Kind of makes a scoff noise, like, and just keeps walking.
And I grab him by the shoulder and I said, "I was speaking to you."
And he winces and yelps as you grab a hold of his injured shoulder. And he said, "I heard you. I heard what you said."
"What is your name?"
Siegfried.
"Siegfried.
Yes.
And who do you hail from? What is your lineage?"
And he kind of artificially puffs up. And he says, "I am Oathsworn."
"I understand that, pretty boy. Before that?"
He says, "My family, some of them at least, the main part that's still intact, is from Yalda, the iceberg city."
"Had you seen battle before today?
Yes.
Real battle?
Well,
Shield wall against shield wall?"
No. We've never fought any of our own. We've had raiders that come occasionally, but never in this kind of numbers, never with this kind of fierceness.
As I'm talking to him, I'm kind of edging forward and my eyes are just starting to sort of squint at him, and I'm saying, "It's hard to define a battle. It's piss and shit and blood. It's entrails. and screams and wails, "Aye, there's victory." And by now I'm looking him in the eye, probably about an inch from his face, and I say, "I smell it on you. I smell the piss."
He looks ashamed again, but he doesn't say anything.
Galdenheim awaits you. Do you
Can I-
cower? Or do you face and move forward?
He's been visibly shrinking the entire time that you've been speaking to him and getting closer and closer. And he says,
"You are awful."
I await
And I
my
just
fate.
slap him across the face. If you still had the fight in you, you'd be standing up straighter. Get thee hence. This is no place for women. Women like you, at least.
He shakes his head and turns and heads the rest of the way up the staircase back towards the altar of sorrow.
Galdenheim awaits you, Siegfried. Galdenheim awaits. And of course, Valawolf doesn't have much tact, and he's not stealthy, so he's yelling, and it's probably echoing in the cavern by now.
And you would hear Endre laugh.
Perfect. You may take another point of inspiration, both Indre and Valawolf, please. So the five of you are regrouped here at the archway of the Weeping Mothers. And having now dismissed Siegfried, leaving the three bodies of the felled Oathsworn lying about here, what is the next step?
Siegfried talked about a giant, a female giant. Could it be Morvi, giant princess? Did I remember that name right? Could it be there?
It very well could be. Either way, she's not going to be hard to find.
I would think that we would need to find out if it's her anyway. She cannot. If it's not her, we will need to deal with whatever this is. If it is her, well, she's what we came here for, I guess.
Farengil will walk back over to the three bodies. He kneels down next to each one in turn, and he makes sure that they're, if they aren't already, and if he can, he closes their eyes, and he can be heard muttering, Teoharis, Tisultan, Therengil, Theoden, Tesultan, Theowen, Teoharis. And he keeps at each body, knowing that they don't have time to deal with burying the bodies. But it seems to be some sort of tradition. He's not praying to any particular gods, but he is blessing their spirits to return to their ancestral paradises.
And as you're doing so, Farango, as you have your eyes kind of closed in prayer, you have a strange sensation that wafts over you. It's a sudden warmth, and it's very warm. And you see what looks to be firelight through your eyelids, as if there was bright light in the room with you. And opening your eyelids for a moment, it interrupting your prayer only briefly, the body beneath you is of an entirely different man. His clothing is different. His skin and his hair are dark. And the ground beneath him is orange and dry. It's very strange. It's an odd feeling. And then all of a sudden, as if it were a veil that was held before your eyes, it's lifted away. And everything was back to the way it was before.
He would look around, rising to his feet, and just see if anybody else was making any kind of indication that they had experienced, and probably seeing that nobody is showing any outward signs of this. He will not mention it to anyone.
Very well. Is there anything else that anybody is currently up to in the moment?
Yeah, while he's doing that, I'm inspecting the wounds, and I'm also ensuring that there's a weapon in their hand if they appear to be from our homeland, and as it would only be fitting for a warrior to have their weapon to go into the afterlife to be received.
Yeah, I would say other than Siegfried, there's probably one additional human, and the other two, one of them is an elf and the other is a dwarf. But you definitely are able to arm them. Some of them, their weapons are not all that far from them. And like I said, you notice from their wounds, you, as well as the rest of the inspections that were done, the consensus is that they seem to have been done by spear and dagger, mainly, aside from the bite wounds.
As Ferngel and Valorwolf prepare the dead, none will look solemnly at these rituals that are different but still alike what she has seen from the tribe. She is not used to family or tribe members dying this violent deaths. Within the last year, it has been sickness that has taken her family and friends in droves. But as she's looking, she starts picking a little bit at one of her crooked horns. Just picking at this pale red piece of yarn and getting out just a tiny, loosening it a little bit. And lets go with a sigh as she looks at these rituals.
All right.
Phyla would go to the elf and he will apologize to the man or the woman would be already dead, even though in Elven. And he would just go through his things and see if that elf had the same kohai, same totem as him. If not, it's not. He will make a prayer anyway. So.
Yeah, we'll say that that he did have the same totem. And as far as male or female, you guys would know that only the grandsons are sent to be Oathsworn. Yeah. And the part of the reason, at least your character explanation that you have heard, is to keep the Oathsworn from procreating here on their own, because then it would, they feel at least, would fall out of the children's children cycle. So you all stand here kind of amongst the archway of the Weeping Mothers, and you've taken time to pay at least temporary respects to these 3 Oathsworn who have fallen. And your eyes turn towards the pathway as it leads under this archway and around the bend in this small little canyon. And for a moment, you all think you might hear voices on the wind as the wind picks up and brings snow and definitely the smell of blood with it down this canyon towards you. And as the wind kind of approaches and washes over you, you definitely hear what sounds like rhythmic, almost chanting voices. Very faint for just a moment. And then the wind dies down and they're gone again.
At this point, Valawolf had probably taken a little bit to the front, and as the wind kicked up and the voices began to, he started to look around, and then he turned around and looked at his companions to see if there were recognition on their face. Did you hear that?
I'll say, yes, I did, Shield Brother. The voices on the wind.
Aye.
Would non? I'm sorry.
And which just answers yes, and I heard too.
Okay. Would Norn have an inkling if this chanting was magical in nature, or just a normal ritualistic chant?
You definitely don't think that the noise itself was magical in nature. Now, what the aim of the ritual that you might have heard a piece of is very hard to say. It's you didn't catch enough of it to really decipher much, but you recognize that the speaking definitely had a rhythm to it, the way that chants and rituals tended to. Very much kind of up and down, and it's clipped, and up and down, and then it's clipped. So Non especially probably recognizes this as some kind of ritualistic chant.
Yeah, but I would feel she would feel no kind of power buildup or anything. It's too far and it's too little.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, until now, Non has been following everyone, looking at everyone, observing, and mostly basically doing what she's told. But now, with the blood on the air and the chanting on the air, the others might be a little bit surprised that she takes a firm grip on her quarterstaff, looks at them pointedly, and just starts stalking right in the direction of what will be danger.
Valawolf reaches up and touches his holy symbol around his neck, and just kind of he had been standing there thinking of what he had just seen, and the image of the dead elf and who fought with what looked to be his human brethren, and he's considering, and he just kind of looks at Phalar and kind of gives him a half nod and begins stalking after her. Well, she looks like she knows what she's doing.
Well, she clearly knows where we all need to go. And I will take off after her.
Aye, she has caught something on the wind. Then I go after everyone else.
Must be that big nose of her. And you will make a nod at Valawolf says, but if there's danger, I will be there to protect her at least.
I heard that. And she stalks further.
Fantastic. Okay, so you guys make your way down this this winding canyon, and I think the Pass Without a Trace spell is still going on, if I'm not mistaken. So the sound of you traipsing through here is not as loud as it probably would be normally. And you come around a bend, and there you see another sight, a feature that you had been told to expect here. A feature that you could only guess must be the Black Maw. The Black Maw is formed of stone and ice. The large double doors that are carved specifically from stone and blue ice in turn stand open, and from within you can hear the low rhythmic gusts of wind. And if you didn't know any better, you might mistake it for breathing. The Black Maw is not just the tomb of the Frozen King. This is actually the site where he was fought, trapped, and defeated. They didn't bother to move him anywhere. They trapped him in place here. And this site of his defeat is now his tomb, and has been ever since. And now the Black Maw itself stands before you, its doors wide open. And you see definite signs of passage and more blood closer to the door. However, you don't see any more bodies at this point.
Can we still hear the chanting? Is it coming from in there?
When the wind does pick up, you are able to hear it a bit. And yes, it does seem to be echoing from inside that structure.
So Valawolf begins stalking forward, testing the ground as he's moving forward just to be sure. Listening intently, looking left and right as he's moving forward to see what's up ahead. Probably not much with a 12, but he's looking very earnest in his task at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, Valawolf is kind of almost head on a swivel, looking around as the canyon has widened out a bit. And you're now in this... You're well in the fracture of the Spire of Vargenor now. And, the shadow of it is kind of cast across this area. You might call it a clearing. It's kind of a collection of these, well, they look like teeth, fangs, to be precise, kind of gathered around this central location. So there's a lot of places for things to hide behind these very tall, teeth-like structures and the various broken pieces of rock that are leftover remnants from whenever the mountain must have shattered. So you're making your way forward, kind of head on a swivel, but your eyes keep coming back to the open doorway, that gaping maw itself, where this sound that's coming out of here as the wind picks up, it's not the chanting that you hear faintly that really sits unwell with you. It's the fact that this wind, it sounds like breathing. It sounds like slow, deep breaths. And unfortunately, that's about all that your character is able to see as he makes his way forward.
As we are slowly picking our way towards this opening, Non will kind of stop in her tracks, look a little bit at the others, pull a good yard of her pale red thread that is starting to unwind from her horn, lie it in a straight line in front of her in the grass, and do a movement walking over it. And as she walks over it, you see her pale fur kind of whisper into what almost looks like ivory scales as she casts mage armor on herself.
Beautiful. Take a point of inspiration, please. What are the rest of you doing?
Staring in awe at her spellcasting.
Right?
Farangil will. He no longer walks with using his staff, his halberd as a staff. There's just a quick as he kind of picks it up, spins it around, and he now holds it in two hands, pointed forward, slightly raised, and is moving in an almost stalking fashion toward the open door, but scanning around them as he moves forward. Do you want some kind of a check?
Yeah, you can roll a perception if you'd like.
Acrobatics? Okay.
Close enough.
No. That's a 18 for perception.
Okay. You're stalking forward and seeing how Valawolf is kind of nervously scanning all around. You're kind of following suit, but you're able to kind of tell looking down that the foot traffic that's passed here, what little footsteps are left in this, ice and stone walkway, they all seem to lead forward. Most notably, a very large set of shod feet.
Here, there be giants.
Fedor will follow after you and says, I always have tricks for them. And he shows a litter bag and show one of bone caltrops that he made himself. And I have 2 bags full of that. Maybe you will need it.
I also have my own bag of tricks. And he reaches into a kind of rusty colored knit satchel that he's been wearing over his side. And he holds out a ball of what looks like, to be a bit anachronistic, it kind of looks like he's holding out a hacky sack. It's just this little woven ball of yarn. And then he just looks at you and he goes and gives you a wink.
Fantastic. And Endre, what's Endre up to?
Endre is surprisingly calm in this situation. He's not really trying to be stealthy. He's kind of just walking behind Valawolf and Ferengil. And he's gone back to chewing on the blubber that he had before, and it's still dripping down his beard, and he's licking his fingers. And he's just walking down the path, not stealthily, just behind the others.
Excellent. So,
as Valawolf is moving forward, actually he for a second he smells fire, And as he begins looking at the doorway, you hear him quietly say, "Leaf, form up two behind me." And he gets down in a crouch as he's moving forward, and in his mind, he is actually entering the home of an elven family. He's having a flashback at this moment. It was what they called a village of Ela, but it's just the symbolism of what was happening. His own mind added the flare of campfire, or the fire of the villages around, the other buildings around him burning. He seems like he's in the moment, but yeah.
Upon hearing him say fall in behind him, Andre will fall in behind fellow wolf.
All right. So we've got Valawolf on point, it sounds like, with Endre behind him. Ferengel not far behind, it sounds like. And then I would imagine Non and Phalar bringing up the rear. Excellent. You guys stalk forward towards this open door where this inhale, exhale of wind is exiting this building. And as you get closer, you undoubtedly now are able to make out the sounds of chants rising up from somewhere deep within this structure. And here, we're going to pause and take our break. I usually do a 10-minute break. So if you guys will try to make it back by 9:30, we'll see the next bit here.
9:30 your time.
9:30 my time. I apologize. Yes.
I'm thinking of Lisa.
Sure.
Absolutely.
30?
I'll see you in 2 hours.
Just 6 hours from now. Don't worry about it.
That was.
Oh,
that
you can get a nap.
poor
You
form
can get a
on me.
nap in, Lisa.
On my part. Okay, so yes, about 10 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll get into this next bit here. Looks like we've had about 5, maybe 6 people at times viewing. Thank you guys so much who are tuning in. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you guys so far. This has been fantastic. You've all done a bang up job, and I'm excited to see the second half here.
Yeah, this is a great crew. I'm enjoying playing with all you guys. Some fantastic RP and flavorings going on. And I just want to say real quick, Jeremy, I said something in the chat. Having already run a version of the Oath of the King, Frozen King playtest,
mm-hmm.
I ran mine pretty much straight out of the adventure kit with very little reflavoring. So I've essentially seen behind your DM screen, but I have no idea what you're doing. It's really cool to see hints of familiarity in elements that we're seeing, but really awesome to see this totally unique way that you've reflavored it. And the same for Drake, Alan, and Tyler, I believe, have all run reflavored versions of this as well. It's just awesome. It's great. It's great to get to play in it.
Well, good. I'm glad, and it really is just kind of a testament to the way that they set them up. It's incredibly modular and open-ended. So it's, like I said, while it's not something that I was used to, and which is part of the reason why it's so altered, I can't help it. But
dude, you're handling it great, man. I'm having a blast.
It's fantastic. I do have to pee, so I'll be back.
Yeah. So, all right, break time. For real this time.
Yeah, break time. But having fun too.
And this is the part where I hijack Jeremy's break to tell you to head over to facebook.com/somethingRPG-ish, where you can download the latest episode of our podcast, Alignment. Check it out.
All right, everybody, I'm back. So yeah, thank you very much for tuning in so far. Hopefully, those of you who are paying attention and watching, those of you who are watching later, are enjoying yourselves as much as we are. Seems like everybody's having a good time thus far. So yeah, I'm just gonna chill out until everybody gets back, and we'll get this ball rolling again. Everybody's weekend so far.
Just started.
That's the perfect
Yeah.
kind of a weekend, a fresh weekend. Oh, I take it back. I'm sorry. There is a better kind of weekend, a long weekend.
That's what I got this weekend. I usually work Saturdays. I took this Saturday off.
There you go.
So I usually my days are Sundays and Mondays off. So I have a 3-day weekend.
Excellent. That is fantastic.
Loving it. Now if the weather would just be better.
Right.
The weather here was amazing yesterday. Right now it's just dark, but yeah, it's almost ready to walk around without jacket and everything. So that's amazing.
I am super jealous.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same thing in Canada right now. It's around -5 or 10 Celsius or something below 30 something ish Fahrenheit. So
I am a boy from the deep south, so that is way too cold for me. That's definitely not no jacket weather.
Tell you the truth, I hate the hot more than the cold. I'd rather have 20 degrees than 90.
You know,
Oh yeah, me too. Definitely.
there's certain ways that it is better. Like when I'm in camping, I enjoy it being cold because that way I get an excuse to actually sit around a fire and enjoy it. And when I go to bed, I can pull the covers up around my neck, which is how I like to sleep anyway.
Sleep good, yep.
And I'm comfortable. However, on a normal day-to-day basis, I actually don't mind the heat too much because it's a good excuse to strip down to almost nothing and climb in the water. That's about 6 to 7 months out of the year down here.
Oh yeah.
That's like 3 months here.
Yeah.
unless you're crazy and are part of the polar bear club.
Yeah, if we're really lucky, it's about 6 weeks here. But then again, I don't know. I'm not very happy with heat, but I also think it's because I grew up with my skin reacts to the sun. I'm allergic to the sun.
Oh yeah.
So I didn't just get sunburns. I get like everything was scratchy, and I got. So it felt horrible. Every time I had been having fun out in the sun as a kid, I got punished for days. And I think that's probably part of the reason why I'm not super good with heat.
The takeaway from this is that Lisa is at least partial drow.
That's probably not wrong.
or maybe part vampire.
Very pale.
Drow vampire.
I'm drow on the inside, okay?
Perfect. So I think that we do actually have everybody back. I think Jake and Dave are currently eating, which is perfectly fine. They're being polite and not sharing their mastications with us.
Whoa,
so,
who said they were masticating?
I did. Masticators.
Hey, now, at least I turned off the camera for that part.
As a Draenei, I will support that message. And I think actually you're a little bit impolite not sharing your mastication because, as you know, we like to eat, as a community, like together.
Sometimes 2 and 3 times, right?
Yeah. The sound of chewing is the best, and chewing things for a second or third time even better.
But he was eating buffalo jerky. That's why he was being discreet.
Ooh. Probably. A good
well.
As long as there's nobody you know.
I've always wondered about that kind
Pretty
of stuff
much,
in
yeah.
fantasy settings. Do orcs eat pork? Because it would be
Yeah.
kind of weird.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's nothing-
minotaurs, right? What do they
Yeah.
eat?
They have
Cow?
to swear off beef, right?
And I've
There's
been thinking
nothing
where
like
they
the-
got the pointed teeth from, because it's not from humans and it's not from cows. So what's in there?
Good question.
There's nothing like a good orc chop.
Good lord.
Our chops are the best.
Oh, bacon, yum, 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 yum. For some bacon, yum, yum, yum.
A bag of orc rinds.
Ooh.
And you can see the green fat oozing from it.
Mm.
Oh,
But
yeah.
nothing beats sitting around the campfire and opening up a can of
Don't do it,
pork and
Jake.
beans.
Jesus. You went there.
Jeremy saw that one coming.
Again with the dad.
You know, I'm not in the habit of taking away inspiration, but no, I'm kidding.
You
Never
can
too
easily
late to
get
start.
there. Is that what you're saying?
All the bear puns I had to put up with yesterday.
That is true. That is true. You're owed a few, I guess. No, the best puns are always the worst puns.
That's true. That is actually true.
The more they make you groan, the better they are.
I
And
will
without
share
that getting turned into something dirty.
This-
Well, that's too late. It's just
For
not
our-
out in the open.
for our dinner.
Perfect. I think your earrings probably look a lot like that.
Yeah, there are two pictures of me and yeah, okay.
The laughing cow.
You're very self-conceited. You have pictures of yourself on your earrings.
Yeah, that's well,
Wow,
yes.
that's a new level.
Your point.
I'm sure that's probably coming with the fucking Kardashians at some point.
Yes.
All right. So, if everybody is ready, we'll get back into this. So, you have stalked forward towards the open doors of the Black Maw, hearing this rhythmic breathing wind, if you will, and it carrying with it the unmistakable sounds of people chanting. You pass through these large open doors, easily 10, 11 feet tall, and probably as wide whenever you consider both of them. The room beyond is decently large. I would say maybe as much as 30 feet on a side or so. And you can tell that it is a shrine. This frozen shrine is made of pale white stone and glows slightly. At one end, atop it, emerging from a heavy crawling fog of pale white color, is an archaic broadsword with runic curses etched upon it. A severed hand, not decomposed, remains attached to the handle of the sword. All about this place there is a faint, ghostly clanging, echoes of battle that sound. A chilling blast of wind, seemingly from nowhere, blows powerfully and steadily, as it is somehow even colder than the rest of this cursed place. Colder than anything you ever experienced in your life. More words have been carved into the front of this altar, where this sword rests. Excuse me. In a very old form of the common tongue, there's a phrase that reads, "Water turneth to bone, and flesh turneth to stone. Without the loom's weaver, avoid this doomed cleaver." What do you wish to do?
upon reading the inscription scrawled in there, I'll say it does not bode well for this weapon. I do not think it's best to touch it or go anywhere near it.
Do I know anything? Can I see if I know anything in my studies
Absolutely. You
about
can roll
this
a
sword?
history check. And being a monk, you're rather, like you said, studious, learned. I would say you can roll with advantage.
Oh, thank God. I'm not as studious as you'd think. Let's see. With my -1 applied, that's a 16.
Pretty good. So you have heard of the rune blade before. This sword that was wielded by the original Oathsworn, one of them at least, in their successful trapping and defeating of the Frozen King. And your guesses, by everything that you've heard description-wise and what you see before you now, your guess is that this is very likely the rune blade.
I think your fears are unwarranted. I believe this to be the actual rune blade that entrapped, defeated the Frozen King in the first place. This inscription here, well, it's a riddle to be sure. I think you're right to use caution in just grasping hold of it. But I believe that this sword could be of some benefit to us. But I will not wield it.
And what does the ward this inscription speaks of, Master Dwarf?
Can you read the inscription again, Jeremy?
Absolutely. Water turneth to bone, and flesh turneth to stone. Without the loom's weaver, avoid this doomed cleaver.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said ward, but I meant like the loom's weaver. So I'll like rephrase that. Like, what about the loom's weaver?
The first two phrases are clearly the warning of what will happen, or the results of what will happen. The last phrase is the warning. So the loom's weaver is our clue.
Well,
Oh.
Volstana weaves our fate, doesn't she? That is how we see her.
And I'll
All
say,
right, Lisa, were you asking? Or were you just stating as fact?
None would ponder this out aloud.
Excellent.
So are you suggesting that Volstana herself wield the sword? Or perhaps a devout or faithful?
or maybe somebody who already deals in yarn. And he'll look directly at you, Dawn.
Oh,
That is
well, I am not.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jake. Go ahead.
That is the direction I was also considering, a more literal interpretation of the weaver's. What was the word? The weaver's what?
Loom.
The weaver's loom.
But I don't know how to wield a sword. I barely know how to use a loom.
Well, any kind of religion or arcana, perhaps, or maybe um, something to try to decipher the riddle.
Sure.
Insight, maybe.
I think insight would probably be the best thing here. I mean, anybody may roll that if they wish.
Barangil's he's like crouched down by the inscription, not touching it, but pointing as close as he can without touching it, and just kind of reading the words forward, and then he reads them backwards.
Okay. Yeah, you do so. And as this white kind of fog, it's real heavy, kind of pours down over this dais, this raised portion of stone and ice, this white kind of stone where the sword is located. It kind of pours down over the edges and onto the floor as it dissipates, almost like dry ice. And you get your hand, kind of close, and your fingers parting this kind of heavy smoke, and you read them over and over again. You're fairly certain that your group is on the right track with this information, with Volstana as the answer, and you think that it may not have to do anything literally with loom or weaving, but your guess is that this is probably some kind of test of faith, something akin to that nature. Maybe calling forth her protection or guidance, or perhaps a devout follower.
Standing up with an audible popping of the knees and joints from being crouched for so long, and just kind of Ferngil turns and walks over to Gunnarsson, reaches out with the tip of his halberd toward the holy symbol that he has more than once been seen kind of fondling. And what is the holy symbol, Gunnarsson? Is it on a chain, or is it part of your armor, or what is it?
It's on a leather thong. It's a piece of stone with a rune carved into it, and it seems to be actually multi-ruined, and it actually has a tree almost like that of the gods. So all the gods are represented.
There's a slight metal on stone tink as the tip of his halberd touches your holy symbol. And just with a very deft, just a twist, the blade kind of flips it around and lifts it just slightly. You pray to these gods, you believe in their protections and their guidance, yes?
And Valawolf is actually, his eyes are wide, and he looks like he's just seen a ghost, and he's almost staring right through you. But he still seems prepared, like his muscles are tense. And he looks at you and he says, shakes his head. And he says, no, I mean, yes. I mean, don't you believe in the gods? They all have a hand. Volstana may be the goddess of skiing, of fate, Yet they all weaved our fate.
There are gods, and there are other things. But that's not what is important right now. You seem pretty sure of these gods. Perhaps it is your faith that will allow you to grasp the sword. And you look to be worthy of wielding such a blade.
What purpose
But
serve?
what do I know? I'm just a dwarf.
Well, I
reaches out.
believe.
He reaches out and kind of pats him and squeezes his shoulder, and like a genuinely, like he does trust him. And then he looks over at Non. You were saying?
Well, I, for one, believe that you are right. I believe that the gods have plans and hands everywhere in our lives where they choose to have them. And it seems to me clear that Volstana has a hand in this. Now, whether she has changed her mind since last time is another matter. But I would that you pick up the sword. I would that you take up the sword.
Andre will put a hand on Valawil's shoulder, and he'll say, "It is best that we pray to the gods for guidance before you pick up the sword." And with that, Andre will kneel down, and he'll start praying, but he will pray to Hergnath, the god of thunder. That is his primary god.
Excellent. And as you do so, there's a distant rumble of thunder somewhere in the distance, far, far away.
Non will place her hand at Indra, pull a little bit more yarn, dark gray this time, just a little bit, out of her horn, and sink to her knees, calling in her heart for Volstana and the guidance.
You do so, and you feel the yarn in your fingers, almost as if it's gently being pulled through, as if it was being turned on a loom to be woven into something, a tapestry, a blanket, almost as if the length of this piece of yarn was much, much longer than the section you pulled from your horn.
Yes, this is good.
And with that, with Non saying, yes, this is good, and the sound of thunder, I'll say, Valawilf, the gods have given you the blessing. Take up the sword.
Well, we can't forget the underworld, or Wothok for that matter. He does see over us, and Olvera. For after all this, Olvera better bring me much sex. But I'm feeling rather chaotic today, and in the name of Nakizan, I will pick up this sword. He steps forward and he sticks his dread spear into the ground, and he reaches forth and he grabs the handle of the sword and begins to lift it.
As Valawolf reaches out for this sword, there's an uncomfortableness that washes over your hand and your arm as it passes through this heavy, white, dense fog that's kind of sheeting down around this blade. And Non, the yarn in your hand begins to unravel and separates into strands, many strands. And right in front of your face, these individual strands begin to weave themselves together, forming a small little section of cloth. And within an instant, the cloth seems to double in size and then triple in size. It gets larger and larger until it's probably the size of a small cloak. And it kind of drifts through the air away from your hand towards where Valawolf is reaching through this fog. And it kind of starts to shape itself into, it almost looks like a shield. And this shield kind of slides over Valawolf's arm as he reaches through this dense fog and protects it. The fog cascades down onto this clothen shield and pours down around the sides. And the moment that begins happening, Valawolf, the pain lessens. It's less cold. You reach forward and you grasp the haft of the sword just above where this severed hand is located. And you are able to pull the blade free from the smoke and the fog.
And the hand?
The hand comes with it, absolutely.
I'm going to try to pry the fingers off of the hand and drop it to the floor.
As you begin doing so, the first attempt, the finger actually just shatters under the pressure you put on it, as if it were made entirely from ice. And it doesn't take much time at all for you to break the rest of it off. Rather unceremoniously, probably.
Okay. Okay, and I began inspecting the blade and looking at it as I was taught to do back on the training field, because we were taught with all weapons, at least ones that we would become familiar with. And I take up the blade and I check its weight, check its balance, and I get into a stance and kind of take a couple different poses, He-Man pose, if you will, and just sort of gauging the blade and getting to know it, if you will. And as I start striking the air with it, I turn around and I look upon the my spear that's embedded in the ground, and I actually stop and my arm drops, both arms drop, and I'm looking at the spear. And I just take a deep breath and I walk over to the spear and stow it on my back for the time being. But I seem to be visibly bothered by it. So it's an extension. It's an extension of me. The spear, that is.
Yeah, this the spear, you feel a slight disconnect whenever you put it on your back. Not entirely, but just a fraction. And It probably saddens you to a degree. And at the same time, you feel almost like a slight weight. It seems to almost have been lifted from your shoulders, from your soul. And the blade that you have acquired is large. It's a very big blade. It's large enough that you're not going to be able to wield it and your shield at the same time. This will take you 2 hands to wield in combat. A great sword, if you will. The blade is made of bone. Your guess is probably a giant's femur bone. And you've seen this kind of thing done before. It's been sharpened down, given an edge, and it's definitely heavy. And your guess is, which is decently common practice, to have the interior of the bone, where the marrow would usually go, filled with iron. So it gives this weapon a solid core. It makes it very heavy. The crosspiece has been made, it looks like a fungal wood, which is decently sturdy. And it has, in addition to the runes that are carved up and down the blade of this thing that you recognize as being curses, pretty much all of them directed towards giant kind. They're not really gemstones in the hilt. They are actually carved sections of blue ice, but they're very pure blue ice. There's no cracks, there's no bubbles. They're brilliant blue, and they have a slight glow to them, much like the white stone that you took this blade from. And the blade itself, even though you've pulled it from this heavy fog, does seem to kind of emit a small amount of dense white fog. So, out of character, this is a great sword. It's a great sword +1, and it is called simply the Rune Blade. In addition to it being a +1 weapon, it also deals an extra D8 of damage versus the undead. So now that you have retrieved the Rune Blade from its shrine, possibly avoiding an ill fate, the chanting rises up from beyond this chamber, where there are 2 doorways on either side that seem to lead to kind of sloping ramps that lead beyond this room. What would you like to do?
While Wolf was taking the sword, Phalar was concentrating on his supernatural senses to detect, with primeval awareness feature, to detect how many, if any, of his favorite enemies that are giants are within a 5 miles radius. And I think I can I have the general direction of where they could be. So while they were doing that, Phyla was listening and trying to get the numbers of his enemies, if there were any.
Absolutely. So Phalar kind of reaches out with this elven sensitivity that's in tune with nature. That, the wind says things to him that it doesn't to others. The ground itself tells things to him that most people would never understand. And reaching out, you sense the presence of giants in the area. There's just something about them being near, even within 5 miles, that's near enough. And there's definitely some in the area. Your guess would probably be maybe as many as 10. You're getting 2 very strong readings, and the others are weaker, almost as if they're shrouded partially. And they're all in the same direction. which is all beyond the wall that sits between these two ramps that lead from this room. Your guess is wherever these ramps lead is in the same direction that you're getting this sense from.
So what I would say, there's maybe something like 10 of them, and giants. And I don't know what they are doing, but they are in that direction.
Farengil turns to Meow on his shoulder, looks around at his companions, looks Gunnarsson up and down with his new bone rune blade, looks back at Meow and says, I told you, Meow, today was a good day to die. And he steels himself in a ready pose, waiting for the others.
Getting ready with the old dwarf and Meow. None will look at Gunnarsson, having seen his reaction when he had to switch weapons, and say, you know, Gunnarsson, Pale One, you can love more than one child and have more than one true friend. And she looks to his two weapons and then starts going.
Yes. Durnak speaks the truth. The gods grant you favor with that weapon. May you find the glory in the upcoming battle. And with that, he'll look at Phalar and say, do you care to scout up ahead and tell us what we're getting into?
I don't have the layout of anything in front of us, but there's at least something like 10 of them. But I can go check if you want. So in that case, Fera will go, and if nobody intervenes, he will go first and see if he can be discreet and not get caught by the giants. And
Okay.
go on a stealth mode.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a stealth roll if you would, please. And I believe that your trackless step. Nope, that's not what it's called. That's the 3rd edition thing.
The wood elf thing, you mean?
The thing that pass without
Pass
trace.
without a trace.
That
Yeah.
one. I believe that
If it's it was 1 hour, so if it's still active, we'll use it.
You're probably near the end of it, but you definitely
Yeah.
be able to add it to this roll.
Just to be sure I don't roll very bad, I will use my inspiration on top of everything. So 29 with the inspiration.
Okay. So you slink forward quieter than any animal of the places where you have come from. Practiced several times, I'm sure, on many hunts. And the tunnels of these ramps kind of curve slightly towards one another. So you get the feeling it probably doesn't matter which one you take, left or right. It seems to lead to the same place beyond. They slope downward. And as you kind of near the end of the arch, you can see the flat ground outside of the opening of the doorway on the lower floor. And as you near, kind of pressing yourself against the wall, the chanting grows louder. And eventually, you're able to see into a very, very large space beyond, cavernous, you might say. And unmistakably, this is also a place that you have heard of called the Frigid Tomb. You can easily see the Frozen King behind one of the walls of ice here. Chains still binding his limbs and waist, high above your head. 6 additional figures are entombed in ice in this room. The heroes that sacrificed themselves to forever trap Collinsville. Each one of them still holding fast to one of his chains. Expressions of strain clear upon their faces. You see what you can only guess to be Meriorvi, the giant princess, kneeling upon a glyph that has recently been carved into the ice before the Frozen King's wall. Blood seeps from a multitude of wounds about her body and has already begun filling the channels of this glyph, gathering and running through a groove that disappears beneath the wall that contains the Frozen King. She appears to be in some form of trance, as a collection of what you now recognize to be ice-tongue cultists chanting around her. At the close of each stanza of their unholy chant, one of them steps forward and induces a new cut into the giantess's skin. It does not appear that they have seen or heard you due to their focus.
Are they chanting in giant? I just discovered that I learned that language because it's my favorite enemy. Are they singing that language?
It seems to be kind of a mixture of giantish and common.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, looking around, that the group is largely composed of half-giants. I would say probably 60% human, 40% half-giant. The only giant that you see, other than the one that is frozen behind the wall of ice, is the giantess herself, the princess. You're guessing that the half-giants are probably the ones that you sensed as being shrouded, as being partial to your awareness.
In that case, Fela will quickly go back to his companions, guess that he can, and if I can go back without being seen or heard, I will. I will get back to my companions.
You are able to do so with haste. And what is it that you say whenever you return?
The giantess is there, bleeding for numerous wounds. A ritual. There is all breeds, all giants there with humans. The tomb is there. The Frozen King is there in all his splendor with the oath's horns. I think we need to act now, and maybe not kill her. Not kill her. Yeah, not kill her. Kill the cultist. I think her blood is the key.
A ritual, you say? I think you're right. It's best to act now. There's only one way to break up a ritual. And with that, Andre, he'll pick up his stone tomahawk and look at the others.
Wait a moment. Well, I agree that we need to go in and deal with this. Perhaps if we could distract their attention away from the door, we can gain the upper hand on them. I have just the thing. And he reaches into his bag at his side, and he pulls out a colorful woven ball. I can throw this in there, and I believe it will distract them. Draw their attention away, and then we can strike. I will do this now, yes? And he takes a step forward, and he's just looking back at you guys like,
And Andre will nod to say, if you think it'll work, it's not the way I would do it, but
you will get plenty of an opportunity. We all will. To draw blood upon our dread steel and our bone weapons. But let's see if we can distract them. And I'm going to try to stealth over to the door and kind of put my back to the side. And nobody here would recognize it, although maybe the two soldiers would. But he's doing this thing where he's like standing there, and then he kind of glances real quick, and he holds this ball up by his chest, and then he prepares to chuck it in. And am I able to get up there without being detected?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll. Don't forget the +10. However, this one is going to be at disadvantage.
Oh, and I just rolled a nat 20.
Oh, sorry.
If I roll a freaking 1. Okay. Stealth is +6. It's 13. That's still a 23. I got a 7 on the second roll.
Excellent.
So
Okay.
it's 23 stealth. So he takes his little ball of yarn and he just goes, and I'm going to throw it as hard as I can into the room. It will go 20 feet into the room. And when it lands, whoops, check die. When it lands, yeah, that's not what I wanted. Hold on, I have D&D Beyond open here. Okay. So this ball lands, and Farrago kind of glances to see what happens, and as it hits, it kind of rolls to a stop. And then it looks like it just peels apart and folds in on itself and turns into from inside it looks like it's made of gray fur. And then this long worm-like tail curls out, and some whiskers go ping, and a part of it elongates, and then it kind of rises up on feet, and a rat is now in the middle of this room. Not a giant rat, just a rat. I could have rolled a brown bear, but I rolled a rat.
Oh, man. So the reason that I had you roll with disadvantage is as you were sneaking down this tunnel, you realized about partway down that the elf's blessing went away. Luckily, however, you were either expecting it or were able to recover fast enough that it wasn't enough to alert anyone to your presence. So you sneak down and you throw your ball out in the room, and it becomes a rat. And as of now, at least, it doesn't seem like anybody has noticed. The rat himself even seems to kind of be somewhat confused.
I kind of look back at everybody else, and I go, And if you'll allow it, I want to throw one more. I can throw up to 3.
Sure, absolutely.
So I reach into my bag and I pull another one out, and I look at it and I go, put that one back, and I pull a different one out. No. And I pull. What you realize is the first one that I pulled out a moment ago. I pull that one back out. You were going to say?
And you look at Andre, and he'd be like noticeably perturbed at you. Like, we're wasting time with you throwing stuff.
Hip. He just holds his finger up at you and he goes, And he throws this one in. All right, that's a little better. Let's see, what is that? Can't see. Okay. This time, the ball rolls to a stop, and there's a sound of, as it was rolling, these little horns, not much bigger than Non's horns, just kind of come out of it, and they scrape across the ice, and then part of it rises up, and it seems you can hear like bone popping, and it starts to unravel, and longer hair begins to unravel, and then these horns go, and they begin to curl around, and it just continues to, and what appears to be a giant goat appears in the middle of this room. And I imagine that the goat, in the process of rising up, and then it raises a paw, and there's just a as it comes down on top of the rat. And there is now a giant goat in the middle of the room that, if it survives, acts on my turn, and I can command it what to do.
Okay, so
I'm gonna double check.
So the way that I'm kind of seeing this is almost like an Indiana Jones moment, where this thing is happening and they're still entranced in what they're doing that none of them have really seemed to notice. But as the goat kind of rises up to its full stature and the chant is kind of still going, the goat just kind of bleats. Ah! And all of a sudden, there's just total silence in the room as the chant completely comes to a stop. And all of the cultists have turned and are kind of looking with very quizzical looks on their faces at this giant goat that is now standing in the room. The rest of you, kind of wondering what in the world Farengil is up to, hear that bloat and that bleat from the goat. I'm just going to combine the two words. And yeah, and then the chanting seems to come to a stop for a moment.
Now, Andre, I whisper.
Your mic's
And-
off. No,
With that-
Andre's vices.
Yep. With
There
that,
you go.
Andre will bust through the door. And how far away are the cultists?
Okay, so largely the way that I'm going to be handling this part of the battle is you guys can go ahead and roll up initiative and what have you, and we'll get that all squared away. Just post it up in the chat. But this first part of the battle, I'm just going to handle cinematically. These cultists are mechanically, they're minions. But I'm going to let you guys kind of just dictate about how many of them you kill. I would say roll a d4 -1. We'll say that's how many you're able to take out in your description. And just kind of go through a series of, things that you think would make your character look cool. And that's how we're going to handle the first part of this. So it looks like, first up, we have Phalar.
So I go ahead.
Yes, sir. Please.
So seeing just behind Farengil, Felar will be there and be ready to strike since a few minutes ago, waiting for the balls to drop. He takes his bow, take his time, but snipes to a few cultists, and I will roll 1d4 -1, and I will describe. It's a 4, so 3 of them will fall. So take 3 arrows, shoot one between the eyes, one beneath the arm, and one in the neck. All of them drop to the ground, and without a sound, Phalar retreats back to the shadows.
Perfect. Yeah, it's a great way to start off this kind of a combat. These three silent halves of deadliness kind of pierce the air and drop three of these individuals before they even really have much of a chance to react to anything but the goat. Next up is Ferengil.
Ferengil, running into the room, makes a motion toward the giant goat, and he just kind of, as he motions to it, he goes "Meh," and commands it, and it comes in and it just headbutts one of these cultists toward Ferengil, who uses it as it's coming toward him, already killed by the goat. It's a couple feet up in the air, and he just kind of leaps up and steps off of its body, his halberd swinging through the air. As he comes down between two, on the way down, he brings it around in an arc, slicing through one, bringing it down through the other cultists, and you hear just the slightest ting as the edge of his halberd touches the floor as he lands in a crouch. And yeah, that's how he does that.
Beautiful. Some John Woo shit. I love it. All right. Endre, you're up.
Endre, first through the door, busts through, runs to try to get to the middle of all these cultists to surround himself with as many as possible. And when he's near the group of them, you will hear him yell, "Hergnuth the Great!" And with that, he will take his tomahawk and slam it on the ground, and he will cast Thunderwave. So there's like a 15-foot cube, Constitution saves, whatever, 2d6 damage, or I can just roll the d4.
Yeah, just roll the d4 and see how many get caught in it. And then you can describe what happens to them, because they're going to fail.
One gets caught. So you do see one immediately. The nearest one will instantly get blown back a good 20 feet and gets impaled on like an icicle that's sticking out of the wall. A few more you will see get blown back, 10 feet or so, just from the thunder wave. And, I'd imagine they go prone.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of ice on the floor in here, so it's not unusual at all for that kind of thing to happen as they lose their footing, kind of go skittering across the somewhat slick floor. That brings us to Valawolf.
Valawolf was still inspecting the blade as he kind of half-heartedly heard Andre calling out to the dwarf to get a move on. And then he heard him yelling, and it's like he looks up and he's like, "Fuck!" And he just starts bolting into the room, like sprinting at full speed, and looks at the elder and says, not to be outdone, he looks to the cultists and he screams, "Volstana owns you all!" and steps right into the middle of them and strikes twice with the blade. That would be a total of a 20 and a total of a 17.
Yeah, absolutely. And as of right now, we're just handling this cinematically. So
Right.
If you want, just go ahead and roll a d4 -1, and you can tell me exactly how you take those guys out. You can be as descriptive as you would like with the kills.
Okay, I got 2. So as I'm coming in, I just kind of slide across the floor a little bit, and you see this white fog just sort of ebbing across as he just comes across and just shears off the top half of one of their skulls. and then he kind of drops and muscles through and actually catches the hip and stops for a second as he catches the spine, and then pushes and actually pushes all the way through the torso of the second person. And then looks over at Andre and winks at him.
And Andre will give like a nod of approval.
And that brings us right to Non.
So there's a sound behind you all now. The sound of cloven hooves pounding into the ground. And with this primal cow sound, you will see her barreling past you into one of the cultists, goring him with her horn, just throwing him to the side, and with yarn and a rock in her fist, like almost lightning around her fist, she will punch the next guy in line and go right out, and then kind of whoop backwards.
Fantastic. Take a point of inspiration, Lisa. It was glorious. All right. You guys have weeded through probably about a third, maybe a quarter of these cultists. Several of them have remained chanting, making their cuts on the giantess. She hasn't seemed to pay you any attention at all. And while there are cultists that have been peeling off and engaging you guys, they're making their nicks and their cuts here and there with their bone spears and their blue ice daggers. A couple of them even come close to biting you with their teeth. They're encased in these kind of sharp, icicle-like coatings around their teeth, almost like fangs made of ice. And these ice crystals cover their bodies. It looks like forming kind of a haphazard form of armor that would normally protect them, if not for the sheer skill of all of your martial prowess. So we're going to go through one more round and see how many of these cultists you guys might be able to take out. Phalar, we're back to you.
Yep. So I will come back from his point, from his spot, and trying to see how can I say that, what's that frozen armor is worth. So we'll try to shoot some arrows at them and see if they can be hurt. So do I do red? Yeah, 1d4 again.
Yeah, just roll a d4, and then if that's what you want to have happen, we can definitely hash that out.
Yeah, again a 4. So if -1 would be a 3. So he's gonna try to shoot between the shoulder plates and try to see if that armor is doing enough protection for them. But he's trying anyway to kill them. Just going to see at a distance if they can be, if that armor can be a danger in close combat, if it explodes or anything magical.
So yeah, you definitely concentrate a couple of your shots on these guys as you're drilling them and taking them down to see if hitting the armor in particular has any kind of effect. And it definitely kind of cracks and shatters under the impact of your missiles, but it definitely doesn't seem to have any kind of explosive secondary effects or anything magical like that would make it particularly dangerous to be around. All right. That brings us back to Faringo. You're muted, brother.
I hate when I do that. I imagine that there was this moment just a few seconds ago when Andreg did his thunder wave, and Farangil was kind of in this crouch, and I imagine there's just this moment where his hair and beard are just kind of blown back from the thunder wave, and he just kind of slides, staying in his position. He slides about 6 inches backwards, but instead of looking like he's out of control, it looks like that thing where when a monk shifts their foot, Jackie Chan always does this, when he shifts his foot to get ready for a launching attack. And as soon as that passes and these other things are happening around him, he runs forward at 2 more cultists. He takes a running leap, and runs up the front of one of the cultists. And when he gets up to about chest height, he pushes off backwards, doing a backflip, dragging his halberd up from crotch to chin on this cultist. And as he flips back over, he comes down and drives his halberd into right behind the neck, the back of the neck on this other cultist, and just basically fillets him down the back as he lands in what is now a pool of blood. And with a quick to the goat, he commands the goat to run over, and the goat it's just so abrupt. This goat just runs forward, catches a third cultist right up against the wall, and there's just this sickening and he just crumples like a sack of shit.
Beautiful. Not a sack of shit. That's not beautiful. There's nothing beautiful about that. Your description was beautiful. You're beautiful. That brings us to Andre.
Well, with all the love going around. Andre, after his Thunderwave spell there, realized the best thing about Thunderwave. It's not the initial attack or flare or whatever. It's that the enemies are now mostly laying on the ground, and with that, he'll take his tomahawk to anybody that's lying around, and he will hit 2 cultists, one after the other, after they're still sprawled, kind of woozy, don't realize what happened to them. Andre steps right over them, tomahawk to the head, steps over to the other one, tomahawk to the head, and then looks to Valawolf and sees what he's up to.
Yes, when you're old, it's not about working hard, it's about working smart. You just got to be quick.
Exactly.
Fantastic. All right, that does bring us, in fact, to Valawolf's turn.
Yeah, and Valawolf realizes he's making pretty quick work for an old guy. Old age and treachery and all that. And but not to be outdone, Valawolf steps forward and kind of knees one of them in the groin, and then causes him to double over as he splits his head in half. And another one rushes at him, and he actually takes the moment to grab him, and then throws him down, and slams him on the ground with the sword as well. So taking out 2 more. It's not rolling as high. He's still getting the feel for the blade.
It's definitely new. It's something that needs to be adjusted to. That brings us to Non.
Non will. How are they situated? These cultists. They are still trying to cut Roanoke, right? Non
Yes.
will try to go for those
Okay.
who are closest to her.
Yeah, so they're the ones that haven't peeled off and joined the battle. They're kind of still forming a circle around her. There's not very many of those left, though. But yeah, you can
she will try to go for those. Yelling, "Roanoke, stop yourself! Your fate is dire." And she will once again just pummel through, goring as she goes through, and punching with her quarterstaff and take down 3 of these cultists with her, and find herself in the middle of this fray, unable to get back out and get distance to this.
Okay, so yeah, you've called out to her, but again, it seems like she's kind of in a trance, like she's not all there. And you go after a few of these cultists who are chanting, and apparently it's enough that the trance kind of seems to fade from her eyes momentarily. And as these cultists, those who are still able to, are trying to fend you off and fight you, she kind of looks around, puzzled for just a moment, sees what is going on. Her eyes go wide. She reaches down and picks up one of the cultists' blue ice daggers and plunges it into the side of her neck and draws it across her throat. Her body collapses from its knees forward, face down into the ice. The blood now gushing from her throat, filling the parts of the glyph that it can get to before running down this channel and disappearing beneath the wall that contains the Frozen King. There's a moment of silence as all of you have seen this. And there's a deep, deep, resonant cracking of ice. You feel it far beneath your feet, somewhere below the level of the floor that you're standing on now. And then more cracking of the ice. From all around the limbs of the Frozen King, as fractures begin to form and he begins to move. This continues to happen for several moments. Each of you is going to have 1 turn's worth of things you can do before he's free. Phalar, you're up first.
I'm thinking we are screwed. The giant, Mayor Yulfi, she seems to be dead, right? Or she seems to be about to die.
Yeah, her sputtering is kind of slowing down, and the force with which her lifeblood is kind of pouring out is starting to ebb.
Can I reach her before she dies?
Yes.
Okay. Fela will sprint and reach the princess and say, I don't normally do that kind of things, but I will make an exception today. Touch his totem around his neck and would cast Cure Light Wounds as a 1st level spell on the princess, healing her 8 points of damage. Maybe doing something. Yeah, I'm not sure what will happen, but at least I will try something.
Okay. Yeah, I would imagine that Phalar probably focuses his healing magic on the wound on her throat, as that would absolutely be the worst. And as he does so, there's that healing magic that he's somewhat accustomed to kind of comes out and begins to knit her wound on her throat. You get the feeling that she's probably stabilized, that she's not going to die, perhaps. She's at least not going to bleed out the way that she was. And it's probably going to be some time before she's able to completely recover, though. Thuringo, You're up.
So this Frozen King is becoming unfrozen and preparing to rise.
It certainly appears that way.
Is he exposed enough that it looks like he could take some damage?
At this time, no. He's still behind a sheet of ice.
Oh, of course he is.
Though it is fractured and broken, nothing of him other than his chains come out of the wall at all.
I am going to stand at the ready because there's really nothing I can do.
Okay. Just going to ready in action.
Yeah, I'm just in that position, ready to holding my halberd and ready to move forward.
Okay, excellent. That brings us to Indre.
Did you say there were any cultists still kicking around, or?
There are enough that they're just a few enough that they could easily be cleaned up.
Yeah, Andre will do that. Actually, when Phalar healed the princess, did we notice? Did the king stop moving? Did he get slower? Is there anything noticeable going on now that she's healed?
No, it doesn't seem like there has been any change at all. It seems like whatever ritual that they were attempting to enact has successfully been enacted.
Okay. Yeah, well, with that, then I'll clean up a couple cultists. I can do it either with attacks or I can roll a d4. It's up to you.
No, you can just describe. Just do it if you want.
Yeah, same thing. He'll just spin around with his tomahawk. Noticing a couple that have, their back turned towards him, and he'll just go straight tomahawk, to the head on one of them. With the other one, he'll kind of grab as he's trying to run away, and he'll like throw him down to the ground and just tomahawk, either to the chest or neck, just to take him out. And that's it.
Absolutely. Kind of business as usual. And Valawolf, you're up.
Valawolf takes a contemplative look and he holds the blade out on his hand and he looks up and he says, Valstana, you have placed me here for a reason. With your strength, luck, and courage, this will be our day. And he looks at the ground to see if there's any way to help expedite the giant getting out of his tomb.
Yeah, you could probably pull on some of the chains if you wanted to.
Hack at the chains?
Pull on them to make them jostle around where they're connected to the ice.
Okay. But then I go and take an athletics maneuver to do that then?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that is a total of a 24. So I run up there and I drop the sword and I just heave, heave, and I start pulling on it, just ready to extricate this giant because it will meet its second death today.
You're absolutely able to kind of use your weight to hang on this chain a bit, and it puts quite a bit of torque and force on the chain where it meets this ice, and all around where that chain meets the ice, it kind of spider webs in big chunks of ice, easily the size of a torso of a man, begin kind of falling out of this wall, colliding with the ground immediately underneath.
Yeah, and as soon as it seems safe, or when I've done enough, I pick up the weapon again and stand at the ready, keeping a weary eye to my companions to know where they're placed as well. As
All
there's
right.
a still small voice in the back of my head trying to talk to me. War Tornado.
Red rum. Red rum. No. All right. That brings us, last but not least, to Non.
Well, Non, it has dawned on Non that she is very, very close to this business right now. She is so very close to this business right now. So if you imagine or have ever seen a cow panic on an uncertain ground, now imagine, if you will, a two-legged cow panicking on slippery ground and just trying for the life of her to run away as far as she can. Or at least, behind the nearest a warrior that has some distance to to this giant getting out, and she will try to not run farther. That she will ready a spell from not a safe distance, but hopefully a safer distance.
Fair enough. So as you all have prepared yourselves, you finished off the remainder of the cultists. The skirmish with them has left you minorly injured. All of you are down 10% of your hit points. You can round up if you need to. So you've prepared yourselves for what you can only imagine might be next. As Collinsville now moves forward and strikes in the sheet of ice ahead of him, easily the size of a hovel, breaks loose and falls forward and collides with the ground, showering the area in chunks of ice. And then he punches through with his other hand, and you see that these chains are definitely connected to his wrist with these kind of large bands of iron. They are his hands where he has been striking this ice. You see chunks of his flesh have also broken off. It's as if his flesh itself is frozen. And he keeps breaking pieces of this wall out in front of him, and he steps out and looks down at all of you, and kind of scanning around, taking stock of what's been going on. He says in Giant, for anybody who does understand it, "Now is the day that I carve my glory anew. I foretold my return. Now you all shall feel my wrath." And he tenses his body, and pieces of him just shatter at his joints. And smaller chunks of ice explode everywhere as he steps forward. There were a couple of you who had readied actions. You may now take them if you wish. We'll start with Faringo.
Faringo has been tensed, waiting for the moment to strike. He has been holding back on these cultists, giving them only a portion of what he's capable of dealing. And he rushes forward towards this giant frozen king and is going to leap and try to strike as high and hard as he can with this halberd. And I imagine as he leaps, he does that thing where he's holding it with two hands and it's over his head and he's kind of arced as he's preparing to come down with his first strike. And I'm going to use inspiration on that.
Fair enough.
That is much better. That's going to be a, well, hopefully it's much better. It's a 16 to hit.
That hits. Just barely.
And so this first hit, as it comes down, there's just this, not this sickening thud that he was expecting, but more of almost the metal of his blade rings from the connection with the frozen flesh of this frozen king. And I'm going to roll all the damage at the end of my attacks, if that's all right.
That's perfect. That's fine.
So then as he's coming down, he's not even on the ground yet, and he's already bringing this halberd around to bear again for a second attack of... Sorry, that last one, I can't add. That last one was 18. This one is 16.
Yes.
So that would be a hit too.
It is a hit.
And as he brings this down the second time, he kind of puts the tip of it into the ground and flips up. And he's just going to kind of almost walk up it and do a flurry of blows, kicking at the giant, probably kicking him in the shins. But taking two unarmed strikes against him. I don't know if I should bother rolling the second one. I did. The first one is a critical fail.
Okay.
I don't know how you handle those.
We're just gonna keep going. So yeah.
And then the
it's
second one is actually a 22 to hit.
Absolutely is a hit.
So that is going to be a all of this damage is 6, 15, 21 total points of damage, with 15 of it being the slashing from the halberd, and then 6 points of bludgeoning damage as he kicks at him. And because I'm holding my Kensei weapon, as I land, I take it up into a defensive position, and I get a bonus of +2 to my AC until the end of my next turn.
Fantastic. I typically, when I run my games, I have one of my players keep track of bad guy damage. So if anybody would like to volunteer for that, I would be most gracious.
I can do that.
Whatever. Okay. Thank you, Jake.
I would prefer you to be gracious.
I can be gracious and grateful.
All right, I'll keep track of his damage.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Okay. So that was Ferengel. I believe, Non, you had also readied a spell.
Yes. Question.
I might have an answer.
Yeah. With the lightning bolt, that is a cone, but can I raise it from the ground so I don't hit my compatriots, or does it go along the ground no matter what?
I believe if it's actually the spell lightning bolt, I believe it's in a line.
Yeah, it says, yeah, it's a line.
Mm-hmm. So that's
but can I?
It's going to kind of shoot out, covering basically kind of like a 5-foot tunnel, if you will.
Yeah.
So if you want to angle it off the ground and avoid hitting any of your nearby compatriots, you absolutely can.
I would very much like to do that.
Go for it. Okay. You need a saving throw from me?
Yeah, and that's a dex save 14.
Oh, that's one of his great ones.
Oh, but he's half stuck in ice.
I was being facetious.
Okay.
He failed miserably.
Yes.
So roll that beautiful bean footage.
Yep. 6. That's a lot of threes. Let's see. 12 plus 15, 27, 29 damage.
Fantastic. Describe what that looks like to me as that courses through his body and takes off pieces of him wholesale.
Like you see of Non's blue eye especially like light up, and she holds out her hands in this, and this line of absolute crazy lightning comes shooting out from her hands, striking this giant almost at his throat, looking like it basically just chokes him. And he is shaking for the time that it works.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are just pieces of him that are just blasted away, kind of revealing his skeletal structure underneath. And those of you who are paying enough attention or who are close enough can see that his bones have things carved into them.
Oh no.
Some kinds of runes or glyphs of some kind. But he absolutely shakes and shudders as this lightning courses through the upper part of his body and neck, and pieces are just raining down all over the place. So anybody who is immediately in the vicinity of the Frozen King, which at least is Ferengel, I need you to make dexterity saving throws, please.
That was probably Valwolf as well, right? Because he was
Probably.
pulling on the chain.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You said saving throws. Was that because there's multiple of us, or are we have to make multiple saves?
There's multiple of you. Sorry.
Okay.
You each need one.
23.
Excellent. So both of you managed to avoid the worst of it, as all of these frozen chunks are falling down, raining down all around you. And because both of you passed, you each only take 3 points of bludgeoning damage. It is, however, Kalinsvel's turn. Valwolf, you see the frozen hero next to you in this man-sized chunk of ice, probably about twice the size of a man, is missing his right hand. And it dawns on you that this must have been the individual that once held a rune blade. Now he holds the end of this rather large, sturdy chain kind of wrapped around his waist and leg, and his face is contorted in an extreme pain and concentration, looking somewhat like this picture here, elven in nature. And as you're kind of studying this individual, the entirety of the chunk of frozen ice that he's in shifts slightly. As Kalinsvel reaches out his arm on that side and wraps the chain around his forearm twice and lifts and picks that entire chunk of ice up off the ground, swings it above his head, and brings it crashing down on top of you. And as he does so, as this is on its way down towards you, you see a strange sight. The chain that is holding this block of ice that is connected to this hero suddenly begins to glow red hot amongst one of the links. And then there's molten pieces of metal that are dripping from this chain link as it severs. And the piece, this chunk with a hero frozen inside of it, sails off harmlessly and collides with one of the walls, shattering into hundreds of pieces. He looks down and roars, No! And with his other arm, he makes his second attack. This one at Ferengel. And also another frozen hero in ice. Ferengel, what is your armor class?
17 for the moment.
Okay. I'm imagining that's at least a +3 from whatever it is it's giving you.
It's a +2 from my Kensei defense.
So I imagine it's probably just your sheer guile that manages to allow you to avoid this impact. Describe to me how that looks as it narrowly misses you.
Having seen what just happened a moment ago, or what rather almost just happened to his companion, and this other hero in this block of ice is brought down, he only has a split second to act, and he's only got one thing that he can do, and he pivots on one foot away and kind of leans like this as this chunk of ice just goes right in front of him. And at the last second, he pivots his other foot, just missing getting his foot crushed. So he's kind of standing there like this. And there's this moment where he's gazing through the ice at this frozen hero that's in the ice as he's pressed up against it.
Beautiful. Okay. Callensville, having missed a second time, roars in fury again. But this time, he says something in that giantish, common kind of form of language. And for those of you who are able to understand, he says, "Stand, rise." And around you, 5 of the cultists get to their feet and pick up their weapons once more. That brings us back around to Felar's turn.
Felar will try something. So you said that Callensville still was partly chained, right?
Yes, he has one chain on one of his arms that is still connected. It is partially crushed right in front of your dwarven friend. And then there are 2 more that are attached to basically what look kind of like an iron belt around his waist. It goes to 2 more of these chunks of ice that have heroes inside of them.
Okay. So what Felar will do will whisper a prayer, elven magic prayer, and will shoot an arrow after casting the spell ensnaring strike. Before doing that, and it will manifest as a ghostly chain to keep the frozen king chained, and I will attack.
Beautiful.
19, is it?
That hits.
Would be a meager, the minimum. Just gonna double check for damage. 6 points of damage, and I think he has to do a saving throw right now. Yes, and he will have to make a strength saving throw with advantage because I assume he's large, at least.
Yes, he's actually a huge category.
I think I have DC 14. Yeah, DC 14.
Well, he would have failed with a critical 1, but he had advantage and he passed.
Yeah. It happens.
So yes, this arrow hits and does manage to penetrate him, and for a moment this ghostly chain connects you to Callensville, and then he kind of glances down at it and the chain almost withers and melts away like ice.
And for my second attack, I will maybe try to keep one of the cultists that went back probably from the dead, keeping from getting up if it's possible. Do you want me to roll or just
Yes.
spend?
Yeah,
Okay.
now we're gonna roll.
Good. Better than 26. So for damage, let's see, max damage, so 13.
Yeah, they are still minions, so if you do hit, you do kill them. So that one definitely goes down.
Good.
All right. Ferengel, you're up.
So when he brought this chunk of ice down and it kind of separated us, is it enough that I'm disengaged from him by way of blockage?
I would say so.
Or am I
at the
still
moment,
engaged
yes.
with him?
No, I would
there's
say
how many
that you're technically not engaged now.
Okay. There's how many cultists?
I believe there is two remaining.
All right. I'm going to run over toward one of the cultists, and I'm going to, as I'm running, I take my halberd and just kind of flick it down, point down into the ice, and just kind of do this pulling out from under my arm in one motion, drawing my bow, my long bow, and a arrow, and I'm going to leap into the air and fire an arrow at one of these cultists for a nat 20. So the way I want to do this is he fires this arrow at this cultist, and then as he's coming down, as part of my bonus action, I'm going to use the bow. How close are they? Are they? Well, I wasn't at that one because I fired range. What I want to do is I'm trying to come down on the second cultist and pummel him with my bow as my bonus action.
I would say, being able to use your movement to get to him would be pretty easy.
So that pummeling action is a 23 to hit. So I imagine the bow just crushes his skull, and as I land, I spin around and use my extra attack to fire an arrow at the Frozen King.
Perfect. And just for my own edification, what is your bow made out of?
It's made out of that Mirkwood or whatever. I can't remember what you said it was called.
Fungal wood.
Fungal wood. I kept wanting to say Ferengi wood.
Close.
That's a 21 to hit.
That absolutely makes contact
with the bow. And let's see, that's going to be 10 points of piercing damage from this arrow.
Fantastic. Yeah, it lodges itself up to the fletchings in his icy flesh, and there are still pieces of him that are falling and raining down everywhere as he's moving and as he's taking damage. There's just pieces of him are just cracking apart and falling and cascading down. Everywhere that it does so is exposing more and more of his skeleton beneath. And everywhere that you can see bone, you can see these strange, ancient arcane etchings in the surface of his bones. Indre, you're up.
One cultist left.
I believe that's all of them, actually.
They're all gone?
I think Ferengel managed to take down both of the remaining ones.
Andre, without even moving, will lock eyes with this giant, and you'll see he raise both hands. And with his first attack, he'll take his left hand that he's not carrying his tomahawk in, and he'll point at the Frost King and the Frozen King, and he will cast Chill Touch on him. With I'm going to use my inspiration, or at least one of them. So it's 17 plus range attack. So it'd be a 23 to hit.
It absolutely does.
And that's 2d8 damage.
And it is necrotic, is that correct?
Necrotic, yep. And he can't heal till his next turn, I believe, or to my next turn, and disadvantage attacking me. I don't know if he's that, but
He most certainly is.
so that's 9 damage so far. And then for my second attack, you'll see Andre will point the tomahawk at the giant, and he'll chant Hergnath be praised, and he will cast Witch Bolt on him. Same thing. I'm going to use
Hang
one
on a
more.
second. I believe
that?
both of those. I believe both of those are one action spells.
Oh, they are. I don't get 2 attacks for fighter. Okay,
You get
that's fine.
extra attack, which means that if you take the attack action with a weapon, you get to make a second one. But it doesn't
Okay,
qualify
alright.
for 2 different spells.
All right, that's fine.
Now, in
That's fine.
my games, if you have an action spell and a bonus action spell, you can cast both of those in the same round.
I
But I
think they're
think
both
both of
action
those spells
spells.
are. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they're both one action spells.
Okay, that's fine. Then,
Okay.
yeah, I'm all set.
Perfect. Okay, and that takes us into Valawolf's turn.
2 questions for you, Jeremy. So, first of all, I took Spear Mastery as a feat. And my question for you is, with a greatsword, realizing this is a fantasy greatsword, but a lot of times there's a false cullion on it, which means that there's an area that you can actually choke on it and fight with it like a spear.
Yeah, ahead of the crosspiece.
So I'm asking, would I be able to utilize this greatsword like a spear and get the advantage of the Spear Mastery feat?
I would say yes, with the caveat that it does spear damage instead of greatsword damage.
Okay,
It still gets the additional bonus damage from him being undead.
Okay, but it would also be acting like a D10 with the two-handed spear.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
With versatile. Absolutely.
Okay. And then the next question is that totally spaced on that one. All right, so I'm going to move in, and as I'm doing so, you see me pulling something from my belt. And as I hold it out, it's I'm holding it so he can see it. And on the across the surface is written across it, Uvar Krieg. And I'm smiling at him as I do this, and I wrap it around the handle of it, and I say, "Do you remember us? The Uvar Krieg? We were created for you." And I step forward and I take my 2 attacks with as if it's a spear. So that is a 25 and a 17.
They both managed to hit. The 17 just barely.
Okay. So that's a total of 14 points of damage. Oh, the next question I was going to ask you was, you know, the effect that we talked about for my spear? Do I have to be wielding that for that to occur?
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. All right, then that negates that one. Okay. So I then plunge. I'm striking one at his left Achilles tendon, and then striking right at his right Achilles tendon, trying to maim the Achilles tendon. And then I am going to use a bonus action to use an action surge. And so I'm going to go ahead and laugh maniacally and attack again. Okay, I got a natural 20 and a total of a 19 on the second one. How do you do crits?
The way that I do crits is you roll everything and double it.
Okay. Okay, so that's a total of 18 for the crit. And the second hit is a total of 8 points of damage. So again, I'm striking at the Achilles tendon and then also at the other one. So I'm alternating between his ankles, trying to whittle away at his ankles.
Definitely. Ooh, that was a big old clap of thunder. That was awesome. All right.
Herzerog is on our side.
Herzerog be praised.
That's that crit.
Yeah, right? No joke.
Or that was Andre's thunder wave reverberating back at us.
Yeah, delayed action.
It's a big place. Takes a while to get back to you. Excellent. And yeah, as you're doing this, Valawolf, there are just chunks of his calf muscles and, you know, pieces of his thighs now are also cascading down. Parts of his pelvis area and torso are coming down. I won't get too graphic about, you know, what might almost hit you in the head. Yeah, we're gonna go right into Non's turn.
And Non, having hit him once with the lightning bolt, like yarn and stones kind of flying around her face because of the like getting loosened by all the action and not being tied up as she usually does between she casts her spells. She throws another lightning bolt at him, aiming upwards towards his torso, and of like shaking from the adrenaline. And that's another dex save. Yes.
Failed again.
Okay, I am going to have to use some sorcery points here. I'm going to use 2 sorcery points to re-roll 2 once. Yes. So that is 10, 15, 25, 30, 33 points of damage.
My goodness. Yeah, describe what it looks like as you shoot this right through his torso. He is still alive, but describe it.
Like with her shaking and she's almost not losing balance, but the power is so hard on her hands that she's kind of wavering as this lightning seeks towards the Frost King's torso and aims right near his heart. Unfortunately, just only punching through a lung, just like a huge burned hole behind it, and like spattering the ice behind him, like in a sound.
Absolutely. And when it collides with his chest, Non is probably a little surprised to see at the edges of where the lightning is kind of crackling off into nothingness, that there's actually droplets of, it looks almost like molten metal that kind of fly out away from it. But this metal is the color of like the human's hair. It's this brilliant blonde yellow color, almost the color of droplets of fire itself. And in addition, as his body, his torso, the flesh that consumes that makes up the majority of his trunk is just blasted away by this second lightning bolt. There are frozen organs that begin just cascading down from inside of his rib cage, falling down around the area. Those of you who are close quarters with him, each one of you is going to need a dexterity saving throw yet again. Okay. I think was it just Valawolf that was close? I know Ferengel had fallen back, and Phalar and Non are mostly ranged combatants. Was Endre, he was dealing with cultists, is that correct?
No, he fired off. Well, yeah, chill touch from a distance.
Okay. So
yeah, he didn't move forward. Yeah.
Okay. So, unfortunately for Valawolf, which you are directly underneath him, an 8 is not good enough. And you're going to take 11 points of bludgeoning damage as these pieces of frozen flesh fall down all upon your shoulders and head, including several of these organs. So the organs kind of fall and scatter out across the floor. Everybody make a perception roll, please. Okay, so everyone except for our 2 humans notices the heart as it clatters down onto the floor. It does not shatter when it hits the floor. Not all of the organs did. But in particular, the heart has caught the 3 of your attention, as you can see that around his heart there is a band of metal. Non and Phalar, the 2 of you in particular, notice that this metal appears to be dread steel. The Frozen King, desperate, almost just a skeleton, hardly any flesh remaining on him at all, reaches down and picks up the giantess's axe that she had brought with her and wields it, brings it to bear. He's going to make 2 attacks as he kind of takes a lumbering step forward, but can't go too far because these chains still hold him in place. One attack is going to come at Valawolf. The other is going to come at Ferengel, who was not able to move all that far away. Valawolf, what is your armor class? Okay, that hits. Ferengel, yours was an 18? Is that correct? 15, okay. And that hit as well. Okay. All right. Valawolf, from this great axe, this frost giant great axe, you try to get out of the way, fighting with this sword. Even in this fashion, you're just not quite used to it. You're used to having your shield. It bypasses your defenses and cuts deep, probably taking you down to a knee with the force, as you take 22 points of slashing damage. Ferengel, you're fleet of foot, You're fast, especially for a dwarf. However, it doesn't seem like you may be the first dwarf that he's ever faced. And as you duck and dodge in anticipation, he counters with a feint and manages to catch you right in the abdomen as he changes the direction of one of his swings. And you take 24 points of slashing damage. We're back to the top of the round with Filar.
Do you mind if I describe that?
Oh, please do.
So, Valawolf, as he's standing there, he sees him pick up the axe, and he's looking up, and he goes to... he's standing there holding the greatsword, and he sees the axe coming down on him, and instinctively throws his arm up as he would with the shield, and then just looks at his hand in horror as he realizes that his shield is not there, as this great axe actually comes down and hits him square on the left shoulder and drives him to his knees, both his knees. And you see him fall backwards onto his back as the giant just wrenches the axe out of him and then goes for the second attack.
So
Excellent.
yeah,
So yes, Valar, you're up.
perfect. So in that case, Fela will try to use the same tricks that he knows by studying giants, and try to hit where he will, even though if he's undead, it will slow him and try to incapacitate him and finish him for good. So Fela will shoot 2 arrows at him. 12 is probably not enough. No. Okay. 18. 25, so I guess I'm okay.
That is a hit. Yes.
7 points of damage plus 2 because it's my favorite enemy. 9. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't have any inspiration right now. Yeah, pretty much.
All right. That will bring us to Faringo.
This axe strikes him in the abdomen. And at first he thought he was lucky and that it only briefly knocked the wind out of him. And as he takes another breath and he grabs at his abdomen and he pulls back his hand that's scarlet. But he's not going to let it worry him right now because he's still breathing. He's still standing. And he just finds his center. And as he drops his bow, he lifts up the edge of his robe and kind of knots it around the front, pulls it tight up against his abdomen, and begins running toward the Frozen King, grabbing his halberd out of the ice where he had stuck it previously. Now this chain is still stuck in this block of ice, and it runs up to his arm, correct?
Yes, it does. The one that he swung at you earlier and missed.
So would it be feasible then to run up the chain and up his arm?
It certainly would be with an acrobatics check.
Absolutely. It's a good thing I got one more point of inspiration, because that's a 4 on that die.
Oh no.
That's a critical failure.
And your other one was a what? Oh.
A 10.
Okay.
Well, I guess I gave myself advantage, so I get the 10.
Yeah, you get the higher of
but-
the two at least, so it's not a critical failure.
So, okay. Whew.
So you've tried climbing your way up this this chain, but with him moving around, this chain is just back and forth all over the place. And you kind of are able to get about 5-10 feet up the chain before you decide that it's better just to hold on, as this thing is just rocking back and forth. And you do manage to hang on, but just barely.
So I'm going to do something then, if you'll allow it. Because in order to hold on, I have to drop my halberd.
Well, you're a monk. You use more than just your hands to accomplish tasks.
Yeah, I guess I could balance myself, but I'm not to him.
That's true.
How far away am I from his body then?
I would say probably 10 feet. So probably just out of melee range.
Not if I jump.
It's possible.
And with a bonus action, or rather with a key point and a bonus action, I can take Step of the Wind, which doubles my jumping distance, and leap off of this, like take a moment just to catch myself on this chain, and then just decide it's not safe to run, so it's probably safer to jump off the chain at him and just leap at him with this halberd and try to get a couple more strikes on him. All right, you were the one that rolled a 1, so I'm not rolling you again. That's a 19 and an 11. So I imagine the 11 does not hit.
It does not. But the 19 absolutely will.
And that's going to be 6 points against him on the with the halberd. Did Philar, did he do damage on that last attack? Or did...
I do not recall.
I don't think he did.
He's
I
back
remember.
now, so he can probably answer.
Hey, Matthew, did you do damage in your last attack?
Yeah, 9.
Okay. So, and I just did 6, so that's another 15. I lost my total. 148. 165. 163 is the total.
Okay. He is completely skeletal at this point. And it seems like these runic markings, these carvings into his bones, are perhaps the only thing that may be still holding him together. Andre.
As I land
from
my attack, with that second hit, I just kind of get down in a low stance, bring the halberd around and point, and I just yell at the others, "Get the heart!"
Andre.
Well, not having paid too much attention to the heart after hearing Ferendel talk, get to the heart. He's been in enough battles to, know you have to listen to your comrades in order to make it out alive. So as he readied his tomahawk to attack the giant there, he moved up to within range to do a melee attack. But at the last second, hearing Ferendel say, the heart, almost in stride, he turns and goes straight tomahawk to the heart for one attack. You said, you'll have to forgive me, I don't play magic users a lot. I can do one melee attack and one spell attack?
Only if the spell is a bonus action.
Okay, I don't think
Or if you use a bonus action styled attack, which would be like an offhand.
Yeah, I don't think any of these Eldritch Knights are bonus style attacks. He's just going to do 2 attacks to the heart, tomahawk attacks. I'm going to use, well, no, I'm not going to use my inspiration. 5, actually, I'll use my inspiration on the first attack, and I rolled 2 5s, so that'll be 11.
That is actually enough to hit the heart. It's
okay.
It's an immobile object, and it's probably about the size of a man kind of curled up in fetal position.
And then with my second attack, that'll be 19. And damage will be 11 plus 10. So 25 damage from 2 attacks.
All right. So you bring your tomahawk down, and you make a rather wide cleave into this heart, and you realize that, as a heart would be, it's hollow, and this one is frozen solid. So with your second attack, you kind of spin your axe sideways and bring down the broad side of it and hit this organ, this frozen heart of the frozen king, and it shatters into pieces. That dread steel band kind of rotates once, twice, and then kind of pivots, kind of making that as it comes to rest. The frozen king, mere steps away from where you've done this, seizes up. His bones stop moving. His jaw slackens into this surprised expression, if a skeleton can look surprised, and stands there for a long moment before the bones cascade down, colliding with the ground and scattering everywhere with a with a loud noise. So the bones hit the ground and just scatter everywhere. Those of you who are nearby just barely get out of the way, probably having to duck between frozen pieces of the frozen king himself, or perhaps these frozen Oathsworn who are still around. And Andre, as you look down, you realize that this dread steel band that has come to a rest at your feet is just about the size of a crown for a human man. We take flight. The Black Maw, shrinking below us and soon becoming lost in the rest of the Spire of Vargenor, which itself is soon swallowed up in a flurry of white, fills our vision, and the sound of wind dominates our hearing. And as the darkness of Hetust overtakes what we can still see of the snow, we hear a newborn cry out. A midwife turns towards us as we suddenly see her hold up a child in dismay. A human child, black of hair and bronze of skin. All but unheard of here in Hetust. And as the old woman holds him high to examine, we are afforded a look at his back, where we see the mark of a great winged beast. And that is the end.
Wunderbar.
Very nice.
That was
Thank you.
Phenomenal.
Thank you very much, guys. So before we end the broadcast, I'm going to give each of you a chance to kind of do an outro. So we'll go ahead and start with Thomas. Go ahead and again plug anything that you want. Any comments, critiques? What happened?
I just had a blast, guys. Thank you, guys, for playing with me. Jeremy, thank you for GMing this. This was the most fun I've had in a long time. I look forward to playing with you guys again. This was awesome.
Fantastic. Yeah, you did a hell of a job, man. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure. Matthew.
yeah, I really had fun too. I played with a few of you guys before, and I really enjoyed playing the new ones. Yeah, really had fun. I'm wondering if we survived because I had the spell rope trick ready just in case we needed to escape, but maybe we'll never know. But at least I was prepared. But I really like the game. I really like my character and the interaction between every one of us, and the description and the picture that you chose, and pretty much all of it. So I had a blast. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And you also you did a phenomenal job playing kind of that stoic elf character who, and you did a great job of tying him into like his nature. It was a lot of fun to watch. All right, Lisa.
Well, this was fun. And I can say it's only 5:45 a.m. here, so we can go again if you want. No, but in all seriousness, I've had so much fun. This has been so great, and it's such a treat to get to play with people and players and a GM of your caliber, and just get to go ham on the RP, because I usually don't get to do that, both because I am a GM usually, but also because the people I play with don't get me. I can't. Yeah. So it was a lot of fun, and I really hope I get to play with some of you guys again. It was so much fun. I hope someone will have me back.
Absolutely. At the very least, we got to play part 2. Excellent.
Sure.
Okay. And Jake.
I had an absolute blast tonight. It was great getting to finally play with you, Jeremy, as Dungeon Master. I've been reading about your games for so long, and I've had you in a few of my games now. So it was great to finally see you in action as a game master. And of course, to get to play alongside Matthew and Dave, who I have run games for before. Actually, in fact, Jeremy, Dave, and Matthew were all in my Affairs of Dragons game that I ran, the very first one. And Thomas and Lisa, of course, you guys were phenomenal. I definitely hope to see much more of you in games run on Absolute Tabletop, and you are both welcome in any of my games. In fact, you are expected to show interest in some of my games. And Lisa, I will even run weekend Denmark-friendly time zone games.
I very much appreciate that. Yay!
I've done that a few times. I've even gotten up at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday to run games for Europeans and Eastern Europeans. Just you got to do that sometimes. I mean, there's so many people like you, and I could name a bunch of people, but so many of our European friends that sacrifice their sleep because so many of us are here in the States. So I always feel like a heel complaining that it's almost 1 a.m. and I'm tired. And you're up until 6 o'clock in the morning. So that's phenomenal. So it was great to get to play with all of you. I do want to take just, a moment on commentary on the game. As I said at the break, it's phenomenal to see what you did with this, Jeremy, because I ran the game about a week or so ago for some players. I ran it exactly stock. I just rearranged the pieces a little bit that were provided, picked and chose my pieces, and built a small adventure with a couple little MTD flares on it. So some of the stuff was familiar to me, but you did just such a wonderful job in the way that you reflavored this. You completely reskinned it into a unique setting that all of us were able to draw upon in our own unique ways. And at the heart of it, I mean, because I've read the adventure and run it, I know what some of the mechanics of that were, but there was no point in that game where I felt like, oh wait, I know that I should do this, kind of that metagame feeling, because I knew, if you DM and you play in the same adventures, you have to consciously hold back on that. And I didn't feel that at all. You had done such a phenomenal job reflavoring that I was able to immerse myself in the story. And I'm learning that next to clerics and wild sorcerers, that monks are rapidly becoming one of my favorite classes. I've already multi-classed in Drake's campaign into cleric and wild sorcerer. I may have to multi-class into a monk too. Do a triple multi-class. But it was awesome to get to play with all of you. I look forward to playing again, because I have a feeling that Jeremy has something crazy in store for a second part of this. We shall return.
Absolutely. All right. And last but certainly not least, Dave.
Hey guys, I'm Dave, and to follow up on that question, you did post. Are you looking to run with a totally different group or the same group for the other side of the world?
So yeah, the second part is going to take place on the opposite side of this planet, Larath, which is called Tenthara. This was taking place in Hetust. The other side is desert and is more Arabian and Egyptian themed. The idea was that the five of you, if you're still willing, will play characters that are kind of mirrors of these characters. So not necessarily the same race and class, but kind of the same spirit, the same vibe, if you will, reflavored into kind of an Asian, or not Asian, I'm sorry, into kind of an Arabic kind of flair, if you will, Arabian. So that's the plan. And that's not scheduled as of yet, but it will happen as long as you guys are down.
All right, I'm sold on that. And so I'm Dave. I run a little channel called Mornblade Gaming, and if you want to check it out, I record my home games and so on. I've done a couple reviews, plan to add more to it, but yeah, I'm not as serious as these guys, like Jake's Mini Terrain Domain. Awesome stuff there. And Jeremy's campaign's really awesome. I mean, like his other campaign that he's running on the other side of the world, I think I already had a private message about it, and just some of the cool ideas that were coming out of there. Just really awesome. So really cool. Looking forward to the other side. Lise, it was great to finally meet you. You're Prue, right?
I am.
I've seen you in chat a couple times, so it's nice to finally meet you in person. And it's great to play with Matthew again and meet Thomas. I definitely look forward to playing with you guys again. Hopefully our schedules can line up for the second side of this. And I had a lot of fun playing Valawolf. It was kind of weird. I was trying to avoid going too far down the broken sort of war-torn hero path, because I didn't want to seem like I'm not making fun of, you know what I mean. I didn't want to run the game with just Dave being all freaked out and crazy. So hopefully it was fun to watch and see him lose his mind a little bit in a couple areas. So
Definitely.
Thanks a lot.
Fantastic, guys. We had a couple of people who tuned in throughout the entire thing. I think there's still 4 people watching. I can't thank you guys enough for those of you who have tuned in, and those of you who may watch this later on. Please feel free to leave a comment. I love feedback, negative as well, as long as it's constructive. So I had an absolute blast coming back to this setting. This is one that I developed with a friend of mine, and we kind of each developed a half of the world. And he kind of quickly abandoned developing it, and I went on and developed it further and ran it for a play-by-post game for a while. But that was years ago, and the chance to be able to kind of go back and revisit it and brush it off was a lot of fun. And I'm very much looking forward to running the second part of this and kind of seeing both the similarities and the differences and how they compare with each other. But as several of the rest of you have already stated, I've played with Dave and Matthew before, and it was an absolute pleasure to see both of you gentlemen again and to have the chance to run a game for you. Jake, I've played in, I don't know, 3-4 of your games now, so it's nice to reverse the positions at the table, as it were. And I'm glad that you enjoyed it, because you're definitely due some enjoyment, because I've had such a great time in the fantastic games that you've run me through. So I consider it a part of the debt repaid. And Lisa and Thomas, this is the first time that I've had the distinct honor to play with either one of you. And like the other said, I would be happy to do so again at any point. So for the 5 of you, thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart for playing in this, and helping me to develop this world a little further and give it a lot more depth and richness. And yeah, I can't really think of anything else before we sign out here. So, all right. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.